Arrival of our dignitaries, accompanied with the soulful rendition of Nadagite, symbolizing the spirit of Karnataka, the pride of the state. Now I request everyone to stand together for our soulful rendition. To invoke the divine blessings for the success of this conference, let us now begin with the invocation song. May the Almighty guide us in our pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. Now I request Ms. Geetanjali, first year MCOM students, to lead us.
एकदन्त गजानना अनेकदाता गजानना भोदन चतुरा गजानना विश्वचक्षु वेदमूर्ति श्री मधुराक्षरना सिद्धि विनायक मधुरामृतगान शुभनाम बेनक मधुराक्षरनाम सिद्धि विनायक मधुरामृतगान शुभनाम बेनक मधुराक्षरनाम सिद्धि विनायक महाकाय महावीर्य महामहिमा गणपति महतेज महदेव वंदन श्री गणपति स्मरि सुविनिमया दिव्य नाम स्मरि सुविनिमया दिव्य नाम चरण कमल पूजित अनुय श्री गणेश मधुराक्षर नाम सिद्धि विनायक मधुरामृत गान शुभ नाम बिनका शुभ नाम बिनका शुभ नाम बिनका।
Thank you, Ms. Geetanjali. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Raghukumara N, Principal, BMS College for Women, to deliver the welcome address.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Respected dignitaries on the dais, delegates, my dear colleagues and students. It is my proud privilege to extend a warm and respectful welcome to you for this one-day international conference. I am happy to introduce our chief guest of this today program, Dr. Ramakrishna. He is a distinguished scholar and practitioner in the field of intellectual property rights, former chairperson, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, chair on IPR at the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore, and currently serving as distinguished visiting professor at Indian International University of Legal Education and Research, Goa, and National University of Study and Research in Law, Ranchi. He has been teaching at National Law School of India, University, Bangalore since 2002, where he heads the Center for Intellectual Property Rights, Research and Advocacy, and served as the chair professor of the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, and also chair on IPR. His academic journey is marked by excellence with the degrees in life science, law, political science, and a PhD on the legal protection of well-known trademarks from the University of Mysore. His expertise span copyrights, patents, trademarks, geographical indications, law of evidence, and international IPR regime. He has taught courses such as International and Comparative Law Patents, Intellectual Property Rights, and Law Policy of IPRs, shaping generations of legal scholars. Beyond teaching, Professor Ramakrishna sir has contributed extensively to the national and international research projects. His works includes Research for Justice, Malimat Committee on Reforms of the Criminal Judicial Justice System, policy papers on IPR on agriculture biotechnology of FIEAD UK, project with IUCN, WHO, and the Government of Karnataka on biotechnology, child labor, and clinical trials, which includes drafting legislations for the protection of traditional knowledge and cultural expressions, collaboration with industry leaders like Wipro on data protection and IPR training, international contributions such as the biodiversical projects on geographical indications and trademarks with CIRAD France, serving as the UGC committee for IPR policy in universities. His scholarship and leadership have shaped curriculum development, legislations, and global discourse on intellectual property rights, making him a true pioneer in the field. We are deeply honored by his presence today. His insights will enrich our deliberations and inspire participation to engage meaningful with the evolving challenges of law, innovations, and justice. On behalf of BMS College for Women, I extend a warm and respectful welcome to Professor Dr. Ramakrishna sir. I welcome you. I heartily welcome my colleague and friend of me, Dr. Suresha, for this program. I welcome Dr. Bhuvneshwari, Dean Academy, for this conference. Welcome, Nina. I welcome Dr. Vijay Singh, IP. He is from Indian Institute of Science. He is going to chair the session in the first technical session. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Vaishali, Controller of Examination, this program. I welcome Srimati Sunita K, Vice Principal of BMS PU College. I welcome you, ma'am. I welcome Dr. Divya, convener of this international conference, to this program. I congratulate Divya and her team to organizing this meaningful conference. Dear friends, this international conference on intellectual property rights and innovation ecosystem, organized in collaboration with Dr. Manmohan Singh, Bangalore City University, is a significant academic milestone. In today's knowledge-driven economy, intellectual property rights are vital instrument for transforming creative into assets, fostering innovation, and driving sustainable development. For overwhelming response with the more than 300 registrations and 189 abstracts across diverse discipline, and participation from scholar from across the India, various representing the various states of the country, also representing abroad including Germany and Malaysia, reflecting the global relevance of this theme. The importance of this conference lies in its interdisciplinary approach. By bringing together academicians, researchers, industry experts, and students, it provides a vibrant platform to deliberation on emerging trades on IPR, explore strategy of commercialization, and strengthening innovation ecosystem. Such discussions are essential for balancing creativity, economic growth, and social progress. With this word, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you for this meaningful international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And it's my privilege to invite Dr. Raghukumara N, Principal, BMS College for Women, for this conference. His vision and leadership continue to inspire our institution in fostering academic excellence and research culture. Light is a symbol of wisdom and enlightenment. May I now request our dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lighting of the lamp, marking the formal inauguration of our one-day international conference on intellectual property rights and innovation ecosystem, opportunities, challenges, and future directions.
శుభం కురుత్వం కళ్యాణం ఆరోగ్యం ధన సంపదం శత్రుబుద్ధి వినాశాయ దీపజ్యోతిర్నమోస్తుతే దీపజ్యోతిర్నమోస్తుతే దీపజ్యోతిర్పరబ్రహ్మ దీపజ్యోతిర్జనార్దనః దీపజ్యోతిర్పరబ్రహ్మ దీపజ్యోతిర్జనార్దనః एको हरतु देवाः सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषा प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषा प्रभुरव्ययः पुत्रांश गच्छामि मे सदा नवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् नवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य दृष्टे ध्रुवे दीपः तस्य नास्ति तदिन्द्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Followed by this lighting of the lamp, we also take a pride in releasing a conference souvenir which compiles the rich academic contributions received from across India and abroad. I now request the dignitaries to release the conference souvenir. As Thomas Edison once said, the value of an idea lies in the using of it. This conference is dedicated to exploring how ideas, when protected and nurtured through intellectual property rights, can transform into innovations that shape industries, societies, and future. Now, we are privileged to invite our today's chief guest, Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna, former chairperson of the MHRD, DPIIT, Chair on ITR at National Law School of India University, Bengaluru, and distinguished visiting professor at India International University of Legal Education and Research, Goa, and National University of Study and Research in Law, Ranchi, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, friends. The principal of the college, Sir Raghu Kumar, other dignitaries on the dais, faculty members, participants in the conference, and my dear students. Indeed, it's a great honor and privilege to be in this institution for such a wonderful team conference that you have been organizing. This is highly contextual. At a time when the global IPR system is effectively facing the challenges of technological development. At a time when the global collaboration for fostering innovations, protecting IPs, transfer of technology is at its height. At a time when our country has progressed considerably, not only in terms of having IP legislations in place, but also in terms of utilizing the IP potential to its optimum. This conference is contextual. India has been party now to almost 19 international agreements or treaties on intellectual property rights. WIPO itself administers around 25 to 26 treaties. WTO administers one very important treaty, the TRIPS, trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. India participated effectively, but is yet to become a member of the last treaties concluded by the WIPO on intellectual property, genetic resources, and associated traditional knowledge in 2024. We have an effective framework, not that it is without any defects. Every system will have its own inherent weaknesses and defects. But we have a system whereby we protect all categories of IPs through legislation, except one, which is protected through the common law principles. Patent law we have, copyright law we have, trademark, designs, layout designs, geographical indications, protection of plant varieties, and common law protection for the trade secret, and the defensive protection for the traditional knowledge. Gone are the days when 3 decades back I used to take a team of youngsters with me to create awareness on intellectual property rights. Gone are those days. Ask any student of any college or any researcher of any institution about IP, they know the basics of IP. And therefore we have moved far away from creating awareness. This program is not an awareness creating program at all. It's something beyond that. See the title of this particular conference itself. If you look at the title of the conference, it's not so much on the legal discussion of an IPR, but I would rather say it's a blueprint for how the society will create or innovate, protect such innovation or creation, monetize it, and distribute the breakthroughs of tomorrow. That ecosystem is what we are debating on now, in which IPR plays the pivotal part. And the moment you look at the innovations ecosystem in a country or at the global level, you find different actors participating in this particular ecosystem. At the one end, you have the creation, the innovation, academia, researchers who all create, innovate in an ecosystem, and you have the industry on the other side, which enters into the manufacturing segment for providing it to the general public, designing it, ultimate needs of the public is being met. And you have on the other hand, the third segment here in the ecosystem is the state of the government itself. When I say the government or the state, it needs to have the law in place for registration of this, for protection of this, law in place for enforcement of these rights, law in place for monetizing of this, not only monetizing, commercially exploiting this, and ultimately enforcement. So these are the actors in a particular ecosystem which ultimately make the innovation ecosystem a strong ecosystem in which IPR plays a significant part. And therefore this discussion, the topic that you have selected here, is not confined only to understand as to what a patent is, how the patent is registered, not required. You are going beyond that to ensure that that holistic system is going to protect those innovations and monetize those innovations. The moment you look at the patent, he is going to debate on that. Vijay Singh is here, who would give you a picture of how the patent portfolio functions. But then that's not my responsibility at this stage. You have three phases: the scientific phase, where innovations happen; the creative phase, where all creative copyrightable works generate. You have the legal phase, where it goes for registration, grant, so on and so forth. Then it goes into the market. And I was told that this institution has science, arts, commerce. The role of each of these segments is important in managing the IPR ecosystem or the innovation ecosystems. Many patents are obtained by many innovators, research scholars. But most of the patents that are obtained by the research scholars have become shelf players. They step into the death of value. The value of death, I should use the word. The value, what's the value of death? You have created, you have invented, you applied for a patent, you got a patent, and the patent certificate is hanging safely on the walls of your room or on the walls of your IP cell without being commercially exploited, without being monetized. If it meets the value of death, then there is no point in having that particular patent, and therefore the whole innovation system should gear up towards this. If you look at the whole entire globe, you find that innovation capabilities are strikingly concentrated in several economies. Very highly concentrated. And the rest of the economies, I don't think they contribute even 1% to the global innovation system. They don't even contribute, and many contribute here. Just to give you the example here, look at export in terms of exports, the global exports. 10 economies control 54% of the export. Only 10 economies. Rest 46 is by all other economies. You have 195 countries globally in the United Nations. And if you take other states also, it might become roughly around 200 states. Out of that, 139 states are taken for conducting the Global Innovation Index. I'll come to the Global Innovation Index position of India later. Out of these, only 10 economies control 54% of the exports. Look at the trademark registration. Again, only 10 economies control 73% of the trademark registration at the global level. 10 economies. Similarly, if you go to patents as well, 87% of the patent portfolio is maintained by the top 10 economies. Publications, scientific publications, again. If you're talking of scientific publications, we know that we have publications. But again, only 30% are managed by all other 185 countries, whereas 10 economies manage 70% of publications is by 10 economies. What does this indicate? It indicates that in the ecosystem, each player plays his own music, but we do not find that symphony of the orchestra. The symphony of the orchestra is found only when there is resonance with each of the instrument. That's not happening, and that happens only in selected economies. But then don't be disheartened. Don't be disheartened. India doesn't fall into the rest. India falls into an innovation ecosystem which has been very, very near to creating that IP innovation symphony ecosystem. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? India has been ranked as 38th country in the Global Innovation Index. 38 out of 139. Right? It's in 38th position, has come down from 66 downwards. And if you look at it from the low income group, it stands first. It's number one. And if you are also examining it from the longest standing innovation overperformer, so in the entire globe out of these 139 countries, if you look at the longest overperforming country, there are only two countries. One is Vietnam, another is India. Right? The overperformers in this innovation system. And continuously for 15 years, from 2011 to 2025, they are at the top. Now, if you think of translation of the scientific knowledge, when you say innovation ecosystem, it's nothing but creation of knowledge, transmission of knowledge, utilization of knowledge, the new knowledge that we are talking of. Knowledge need not be only in terms of invention. Right? Now, if you look at this translation of scientific knowledge into commercial impact, India ranks number one in ICT services. India ranks number 4th in large scale venture capital deals. India ranks number 9 in finance for startups and scale-ups. Well, friends, just a brief statistic, then I'm going to get into the other details. Patent filing, if you just look at 24, 25, 26 patent filing in India is 1,43,729, which is almost a 30% rise from last year's filing. 30% rise has happened. And the best part of it, why should I bring in the statistics in an academic institution? The best part of it is around 69% are domestic filing, and out of 69%, 38% come from higher education institutions. That is the beauty. Out of 69%, 38% come from higher education institution. IISc, right, leads, IITs lead. Many universities have been filing these patent applications. So that is the reason why we would say the innovation system is not that bad in our country. Innovation system has been getting towards global standards. At this stage, is it necessary that we should have a strong IP system in our country? How should that be strengthened? As far as law is concerned, as far as rules are concerned, we have been modifying them. If you just look at the automated trademark examination, reduce fee for certain categories, which they are going to discuss later. And if you have a women inventor, there is expedited examination of the application. The moment we talk of women, I am reminded of a traditional knowledge application filed by a company in European Patent Office for neem. You remember? Turmeric, neem, all this you remember? Neem patent, let's generalize it, we call it neem patent. We will not get into the claims and etc., which might be running over your head. This neem patent was revoked. Ultimately it was revoked, first notified, and final notification came on 8th March 2005. What is 8th March? Again, what is 8th March, madam? International Women's Day. Why was it notified on International Women's Day? Was a question which bothered me. Wherever I went, I just asked a question to the audience. Why was it selected on International Women's Day? They all said, sir, neem, turmeric, all these are traditional knowledge. And Indians' traditional knowledge is always protected, saved by women of our country. Because it's saved by women of our, so usually we call it as grandmother recipe, right? There is no occasion where we call it as grandfather's recipe. If you call grandfather's recipe, it refers to something else. So now, they all said that this is the reason. But then the actual reason was, 3 women fought the case to revoke this particular patent. One, an Indian woman, and 2 other European women. They fought this particular thing, ultimately got it revoked to honor the efforts of women who ultimately got it revoked to notify on Women's Day. But let me come back. The patent process, as I said, right? If there's a woman inventor, expedited examination would happen. You need not wait for 2 or 3 years, right? If nothing happens, perhaps within a year you're going to get it. The exact date also would be discussed later. So expedited examination process has happened here. AI is being taken assistance by the patent office, and AI guidelines have also been notified, which means the IP officers are now geared up to meet the present day digital challenges. That is how Indian patent office is equipped. Generally, I am not getting into the challenges that the technology is posing. Look at just 2 examples. Look at artificial intelligence. Gone are the days again. Even in artificial intelligence, if you just say, what is that you refer for? What is that you depend on for? What is that you use for? General answer was AI, and still specialized answer was ChatGPT or Gemini. Gone are those days also now. If you ask a specific task, you name a specific AI. That's the stage in which it is moving. You can't keep saying ChatGPT for everything. You can't keep saying Gemini for everything. Socialization has happened there. And these are posing challenges to our IP. Just to take a simple example, the question that came before Indian Patent Office and several other patent officers was, can AI be an inventor or not? There's a popular case called as Dauber's case, in which this question came up. Stephen Thaler applied in the name of Dauber, except South Africa, which did only the formal examination. All other countries said, sorry, AI cannot be an inventor because we insist on human contribution to the invention, and in the absence of that, we can't name a machine and AI. Can AI be an author? Also, question came up under copyright law. Court which had said a monkey cannot be an author. I think you remember, a monkey took a selfie, and that selfie photo was it raised a question of authorship. And the highest court in California said, no, a monkey cannot be an author because copyright law recognizes only a human author. If monkey cannot become an author, how can AI become an author? These are the questions, and then liability question. All these questions are there with the development of AI. These are the challenges. Coming to the institution part, with which I would want to conclude my talk. If you come to an institution such university or academic institution, it must have an IP cell. The work done by the IP cell here, it is not taken off yet. It's yet to take off. In my humble opinion, it should take off. When you take off, you should have you should have an IP policy for the institution. In the IP policy for the institution, you should identify who the author is going to be, who the inventor is going to be, how the revenue is going to be shared between the inventor and the institution, how when an invention is made by a department or student or the researchers, how that should be taken further. You know, there is something called as TRL. Have you heard of TRL? Technological readiness level. Technological readiness level of all inventions in a university is only at the level of 3. Proof of concept. Proof of concept, and it doesn't go beyond proof of concept. What is expected by the industry is TRL level 6, where they would look for a prototype. How to provide assistance to the institution researcher at TRL 3. We like to travel a long way, madam. How to help them to provide assistance at TRL level 3 to take it to TRL level 6 and ensure that the industry meets them. To conclude, such policy is required in an institution, and I am sure this particular conference would motivate the researchers, not only among students but also amongst the faculty, not only amongst researchers in institution, because nowadays you find young children, right? They come out with that fantastic idea, which if properly examined and then translated, would be a blockbuster invention, could be. Abdul Kalam was asked by a girl in one of the conference. She stood up, very innocently she asked, I have a question. Several questions you have heard of. This question was, my brother wanted to go to US. He went and stood in the queue for several hours, but he was denied the visa. When will Americans stand in queue for Indian visas? Was that question. And Abdul Kalam replied, yes, you know how he was using the term, yes, my little angel. Those days will come when Americans also will stand in queue for Indian visas. If America is a land of opportunities, India is a land of ideas. Opportunities may come and go, but ideas generate ideas and it keeps on going. And such fantastic idea our youngsters have. Institution system should capture that at the early stage. Promote that. Integrate it into the innovation ecosystem. I am sure this institution will take the lead and progress in that direction. With these few words, I wish this particular international conference a grand success, with Vijay starting the program, and there are another 3 panelists who are going to speak. Plus, there are host of papers that are going to be presented. I'm really stunned and happy that more than 189 abstracts have come. All those abstracts, right, should be pointers towards solution for the challenges that we are facing. Don't reinvent the wheel. Go ahead with novel suggestions. I'm sure the country would be looking for those novel suggestions to revamp the existing IPR system and innovation ecosystem. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful keynote address, especially in the areas of index on patents, and global index with respect to mentioning our nations as innovation symphony, especially and proudly mentioning our nation, our overperformance in celebration system. And definitely, sir, our institution will surely follow your insights and appreciation you would given us. Thank you, sir. Now I request and call upon Dr. S. Ovia, HOD, Post-Graduation Department of Commerce, to propose vote of thanks.
Knowledge becomes meaningful when it is shared, ideas become powerful when they are nurtured, and innovation becomes impactful when it serves society. Good morning to one and all. With a beautiful thought, I feel privileged to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of one-day international conference on IPR. First and foremost, I express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker and chief guest, Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna, for gracing this occasion for his insightful and thoughtful provoking keynote address. Sir, your valuable words have set a wonderful academic tone for the conference. My sincere thanks to all the dignitaries and the guests for gracing this inaugural ceremony with their presence. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to the BMS Educational Trust and the management for the valuable support and encouragement in organizing this conference. I sincerely thank our beloved principal, Dr. Raghukumara M, for his constant support and encouragement. I also thank our organizing team and student volunteers for the efforts in making this inaugural session for a successful one. With this, we conclude the inaugural session and look forward to a day of meaningful discussion, enriching presentations, and fruitful deliberations. Thank you all, and I wish the conference a great success ahead. Thank you.
Following the vote of thanks, we move on to the technical session for a one-day international conference on intellectual property rights and innovation ecosystem, opportunities, challenges, and future directions. Session 1, Beyond the Patents, Navigating New IT Frontiers and Strategy for Collaborative Innovation by Dr. Vijay Singh, IP Manager and Licensing, IPTEL, IASC, Bengaluru. And session 2 will be followed by the importance of intellectual property rights in advancing battery technologies by Dr. Satya Mariappan, Research Scientist, CNRS College, D. Francis, Paris. And session 3 will be followed by the theme Intellectual Property Rights, Protecting Ideas in the Digital Era by Dr. Shilpa M.L., Assistant Professor, Christ University, Bengaluru. Each of the sessions will provide a valuable insights into the evolving landscape of IPR and its role in shaping innovation ecosystem. Without further ado, now let us commence our first technical session, Beyond the Patent, Navigating New IP Frontier and Strategy of Collaborative Innovation. The expert talk by Dr. Vijay Singh, IP Manager and Licensing, IPTEL, IASC, Bengaluru. Now I call upon Dr. Azmat Rukhsana, Faculty, Postgraduate Department of Commerce, to introduce our today's resource person for the technical session 1.
Dr. Azmat Rukhsana takes privilege to introduce a distinguished speaker for today's first technical session 1 on Beyond the Patent, Navigating New IP Frontiers and Strategy for Collaborative Innovation. Dr. Vijay Singh holds a PhD from Michigan State University and has over a valuable experience in industrial R&D. Since joining Indian Institute of Science in 2018, He has played a significant role in strengthening the Institute's innovation and intellectual property landscape. His contribution to the innovation ecosystem is particularly noteworthy. He has been instrumental in facilitating more than 90 licensing agreements and in establishing several high-impact research collaborations between INC and industry partners. Dr. Singh currently oversees the intellectual property portfolio at the Indian Institute of Science. Dr. Singh's professional interests lie at the intersection of technology, IP law, business strategy, technology, commercialization, and new generation technologies. We are indeed fortunate to have Dr. Singh with us to share his experience, expertise, and valuable perspectives on these emerging dimensions of intellectual property. On behalf of the organizers and all the participants, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Vijay Singh and invite him to deliver his talk.
So does it have mic here?
Probably, yes, one second, sir. Sir, probably the only thing is that the heading part which is over there will be staying for longer duration. Why? Because it is also staying in Zoom itself. So, one second. Ma'am, pointer. One second. Yeah, pointer.
Should we get started? I think we're running a little behind time, right? Let's see if I can cut it down faster. So, can we start transitioning on the slides? So we'll talk on a topic that extends beyond patents, and as we go along, I will try and give some examples of what we do at IC, how we do, and try correlating with the information that we might have in front of us. How many of you here have filed a patent? Any inventors? How many of you would like to file a patent? Nobody? You have, or you would like to file? Okay. I hope that's the answer for all of us. Professor Ramakrishna, I think he just inspired us, right? File more patents, get more inventive, get more innovative. What do we mean when we say beyond patents? We understand patents. From our own perspective, what would it tell to us if we want to think of something beyond patent? Any thoughts? You seem to be more active, more alert, more communicative. Beyond patent. Multiple perspectives. So Professor Ramakrishna also spoke about trademarks, trade secrets, right? Those are some of the elements that go beyond patents. Beyond patents, the another perspective is, which again Dr. Ramakrishna mentioned, we don't let it sit on the shelves, right? We need to take it to the market, commercialization, innovation, right? So those are some of the aspects that we'll talk about when talking beyond patents. As we move to the next slide, can we move? Some of these things would be a repeat of probably what Dr. Ramakrishna mentioned, but we will try not to spend too much time on it. See, traditionally there are 7 types of IP that we talk about. The patent, as we know, is many times referred to as a utility patent. In many parts of the world, in India we refer to it as just patent, but we mean the utility patent. There are different kinds of patents, utility models used in different countries, but not in India. And there are those other 6 varieties of intellectual property. They all fall in the umbrella of intellectual property. Many of them have their own governing acts. It would be good to develop familiarity with the acts, but we don't have to really worry too much. Many times we engage with attorney firms. So whatever information we need, they can provide that reliably. When we want to think about being inventors or owning patents, there are a few things that we need to keep in mind. Some of those things are listed here. And the very first thing to check is the eligibility matter, the subject matter. Whatever I want to try and patent, is it allowed in the Indian patent law? For example, a method of treatment. Do you think a method of treatment would be allowed to patent in India? Turns out not. There's a section, the entire section, section 3, dedicated to all things not patentable in India. There are about 15 divisions in section 3. When you get a chance, we can sort of flip through it. So before we put our time, energy, money into trying and patenting things, we need to understand what is patentable, what is not patentable, and there are differences in different countries. What is true in India is not true in the US, not true in the Europe, for instance. The second aspect we need to think about is the novelty. Novelty meaning, whatever it is that I try to patent, if it's a new drug molecule or if it is a new learning paradigm in AI, right? It's a new device for saving energy, like a new battery system or a battery management system. We need to see whether such a solution has already been provided by someone anywhere in the world. Novel is new, right? Once we have identified the novelty, we need to check whether the solution is obvious to people who work around in that particular field. If the solution is obvious, then the patent office would come back with the objection saying that this particular invention that we are trying to patent, although it may be novel, new, it is not inventive because it is obvious to people who have access to different literature and they can work on the invention. The other two, we don't really bother much because we know that we'll anyway have it covered. But tragically, it has happened that we have drafted some patents in India, globally also, and they have been rejected for this simple reason. Description. How we made the invention, how we use the invention, they have to be well described in the patent document. This is something that we can do on our own, we can write on our own for a large part. And utility is, it should have some kind of an industrial utility or it can be made in the industry. So we can move to the next slide. We spoke about moving beyond the patent. One aspect we sort of spoke of is with respect to different kinds of IP, trademark, trade secret, copyright. We'll touch upon that in a little while. The other aspect we spoke about with respect to moving beyond the patent is with respect to commercialization. There are different steps involved. Here we are talking of only 4 different steps, but as you get deeper and deeper into the commercialization of the patents, you will see that there are many steps involved, and they're all related though. First thing is to make sure that we have the technology. We have protected the technology either through a patent or through a trademark, trade secret, one of those copyright. We need some way to do a valuation for the technology that we are talking about, right? What is the cost of development? What is the value in the entire value chain, right? There are different ways in which we do that. We can get into the details of it. Before we go into the market, we also do a techno-commercial assessment. How strong is the technology? What is the commercial potential of it? Who are the potential customers? Who are the buying customers? Why would they buy? What is the problem it is solving for the customer? Is that problem critical enough? What is the market value? How do I get into the market? What are the barriers to getting into the market, right? All of that is part of the techno-commercial assessment, and we do that periodically. For every technology that we are trying to take to the market, we do a techno-commercial assessment. And other critical thing is the deal structuring. So we have done the valuation, we have done the assessment. Now, when you talk to the company, sorry, I think, yeah. Right. So when we talk to the company, we give them the rights to that particular technology, right? And what does the company give to us in return? Royalty. So it becomes important to understand how to structure that royalty. What is the upfront payment? At the time of a license agreement that is done, there is an upfront payment that is given to us. And periodically, whenever there is a sale happening of the product that is licensed, a percentage of the revenue comes to us in the form of royalty. What should be that percentage? What should be the quantum of the upfront amount? What should be any milestone payments? If they raise funds, for instance, if they get some regulatory approvals for any of the device, the drug, right? What should be the milestone payment for that? So all of that is part of what we call as deal structuring. So all these are the most critical aspects of going beyond the patent towards commercialization. We can move to the next slide. While we try and do this commercialization, there are a whole bunch of problems that we often fall into. This is only a very small collection of problems that we face. And when you do tomorrow a technology commercialization through any of the pathways, there are multiple ways in which we can do a commercialization. Some of the problems you will face are these. Good to navigate them even at the early stages. Lack of awareness. You've developed a technology, you have a patent, wonderful technology, but no one out there in the world knows about it. Nothing is going to happen of it. So you need to make sure you have a way of communicating the technology, break it down into smaller, simpler steps that people can understand about the problem the technology solves, how it solves it. We'll touch upon only a few points here. Lack of product market fit. What is the actual pain point of a customer the technology is actually solving? Right? If there is no identifiable pain point, it will be a misfit in the market. You must have already seen different technologies like those Google glasses or AI glasses thing that had come in the market. We don't find them anymore. Why? Product market fit. There was no solution as of today that it was seemingly solving, so it was not accepted by people, and so it dies off. Like that, there are many such products. Lack of entrepreneurial talent. Dr. Ramakrishna spoke about the valley of death. He spoke about the technology readiness level, TRS. So there are 9 stages in the maturity of a technology, from the lab stage till the time it goes into the market. In between, somewhere around 3, 4, 5, there is a gulf that opens up in the TRL ladder, and that is usually referred to as the valley of death. Meaning, we don't have a way to take the technology forward. There is no partner, there is no money, there is no ecosystem, and sometimes what you need is someone who has a very strong desire to have a startup. See, many of the, as of today at IIC, we have 140 startups. Good chunk of those 140 startups, what they have done, they have taken their own technologies developed in the lab. I want to take it to the market, right? And there has been support from the ecosystem towards that. Many of them are today successfully in the market because the ecosystem supported that, and hopefully here also you'll have an ecosystem that supports you. Early stage nature of the inventions, that is the embryonic stage, right? The TRL 1, 2, 3 that we talk about. How do you take those forward? We'll move to the next slide. There are different things that drive the value in a technology, right? See, there's one thing to do costing, right? I have developed a technology, it costs this. So when I do a deal structure, I would demand that the industry partner pays me the particular amount. But what we need to understand is cost is not at all correlated with value. There are technologies that have been very, very cheap to develop in the lab, maybe 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees, thereabouts. And then, but in revenue terms, it is bringing crores of revenues. There are technologies that have 3.5, 4 CR, they are still not generating revenues. They have been licensed, but they are not generating revenues, right? So the costing and the valuation are sometimes not at all correlated. It falls to us to understand how to bring them together, how to connect the cost, how to connect the value in the entire value chain. What are some of the things that add to the value? Strength of the IP. What do we mean by strength of the IP? See, the heart of every patent, will restrict our conversations more to patent. The heart of every patent is what is called as a claim. The claim provides the boundary of the invention, and how well, how beautifully, how strong the claims are drafted connote to the strength of the IP. And other aspects, regulatory complexity, whether it's class A, class B, class C, or class D for Indian regulatory approvals. What's the team quality, right? So very recently we were having a licensing meeting with one of the industry partners, and the faculty, one of the life science faculty, he had developed a molecule related with cancer, which this industry partner wanted to take to the market. During the course of that online meeting, the faculty blasted the industry guy. No, looking back, it is funny, but when you're part of that, it's really, really not funny. And it so happened that the industry partner would come back time and again with multiple questions, which the faculty felt was very, very silly, trivial. And he got very annoyed. He blasted, if you don't know this, you are unfit to do anything. And this industry partner, they have already commercialized different products. It's not that they're new in the field. This guy, of course, he got hurt, and he says, henceforth, he is not willing to work with that particular faculty. Right? Team quality. One aspect of the team quality. If you don't have inventors who are willing to handhold the industry partner, the technology will never go to the market. I can move to the next. Yeah, we'll move to the next after the one after. I was looking at the profile of the patents for BMS. I think the engineering and they sort of are related, right? They are under the same umbrella. So this is a common for the BMS college. Over the last 10 years, there's a very good increase in the patent filings from the BMS college. 25 and 26 may not be too accurate because things would still come in the public domain, they would get counted. The realistic picture would come probably a bit later. But there's a very good growth. On the next slide, we'll look at the top inventors from the BMS college. I picked one of the top 10 to illustrate for you. So you know who are the people in your college who seem to be very, very active with respect to patenting. On the next slide, about the top technology domains in which BMS seems to be filing at the moment. The deep tech is certainly well represented in the telecom, computer tech, and electrical machinery. Probably improving on the biotech side. On the next slide, we look at the representation of what percentage of patents filed by BMS is granted, 44%. 54% is still waiting different stages of prosecution, and about 2% of those patents you have decided not to pursue further. On the next, so we can press once more. Yeah. Yeah. See, the mindset has considerably shifted from what it used to be about maybe 10-15 years to what it is today, and which Dr. Ramakrishna also alluded to. Earlier they used to go about IP awareness, but now we don't really need to do anymore, right? Most people are aware of IP. So now we need to get, and many people we need to get smarter about our own IP strategy, not just patent. Even when we file a patent, we need to think about what is it that we want to disclose in a patent and what is it that we want to withhold from putting in a patent application. Right? The things that we withhold, they become our trade secret, our technical know-how, so that anyone that wants to practice the patent will need to come to us for licensing the technology. And that is something we need to keep in mind. Earlier, we also used to have the problems, even at ISC, there will be very informal collaborations happening between India, US, India, France, India, Italy, within Indian organizations. And suddenly people will come and say, okay, we want to file this patent. These are the different owners, these are the different inventors, and there is no agreement in place as to what will happen after the commercialization, etc. But now, people have become very, very diligent about all these matters. Even before you start a work, a legal agreement is always formed, an MOU, an MRA, material transfer agreement, etc., where we work out what is the scope of work, what is the roles and responsibilities of each partner, what is the nature of the invention ownership, commercialization happens, who gets what royalties, who takes the lead in commercialization. So all of that becomes an incredibly critical part of the agreement between the two organizations. We can move to the next. Some of this will skip in the interest of time. Yeah, we can move ahead. Yeah. So when we spoke about going beyond IP, right? We are also looking at new frontiers. There are things that are emerging. There are things for which the clarity is still building. For instance, there are many companies who are working with chip in the brain, right? Or different chips in the brain, Neuralink, for instance, brain-computer interface, for instance, right? One of the thorny issues is about the neurorights. As a chip that sits in the brain, doing its own processing, its own stimulation, who owns that neural data? Does the company own it? Does the person own it? Does the creator of the algorithm or the creator of the device owns it? Right? This is one of the thorny issues that is still emerging, and in days and weeks to come, we'll hear more of that. Another of the frontier issues that we are facing right now is digital identity, which we have seen many examples where in India we don't yet have laws strong enough to address this. For example, the right of publicity. There are many people like Sunil Gavaskar, Asha Bhosle, whose digital replicas are used to promote a product, right? And they have got an injunction from the court against that. So part of the way the AI is developing, part of the way the data is being used, abused, and the way the ownership is ascribed to. We can move to the next. The AI inventorship. So Dr. Ramakrishna spoke already about the Davos case, right? All over the world, all the countries, it requires there is a human in the loop for inventorship. AI cannot, as of now, we don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow the cases might take a different direction. So we need to be aware of the distinction between AI assisted and AI generated, where we take assistance of the AI, giving our own inputs, generate an output, human in the loop. And the Indian Patent Office has also released a document on computer-related inventions. What should be the nature of inventorship, ownership, etc. And as of today, it's always the human that is part of that is the main inventor. We can move to the next. Data and algorithms. In your own research that you might be doing here, you will generate a lot of data. And many companies these days, they come to us asking for data, licensing of data. For example, we have a robotics lab, the human-robot collaborations, right? In a noisy environment, the way it processes the data, the way it understands local Indian language, dialect, the way it interoperates with different devices. All of that are data that is richly available with many of the labs, and there are people who want to use the data to train their own AI systems. So data has become an incredibly important tool to use in our research, the way we handle it. And as of now, there is no separate class of IP for data. It is usually treated as part of a trade secret. copyright, and then we license out as part of the trade secret. We can move to the next. Yeah, we can move to the next. One more. Very recent, sometime early August. So we have this growing problem of some of these companies. What they do, they buy these rare books, and what do? They use the rare books to scan, train their AI tools, LLMs, and destroy the books. Why would anyone want to destroy the books? They want to have control over that knowledge, control over that information, content of the book, part of the data, right? Another way in which you see how data gets used and abused in different aspects of our interaction. You can move to the next. Yeah, next. I will stop with this slide. This is sort of a summary also. When we do our work, research, and things of that kind, we need to ask ourselves, should I patent this particular work? Why should I patent it? What is the purpose it serves to patent? What happens if I do not patent it, right? More so when we want to commercialize the IP that we have. The commercialization either through a technology transfer to an established industry partner, or we have our own startup that we may have planned or on mind. If we think that something can be easily reverse engineered looking at the product out there in the market, it helps for us to ensure that we have the patent protection that gives us the monopoly to practice a patent in the market. There are other instances when we are looking from the perspective of a startup, for instance, we need to have just the freedom to operate. If it is not critical to hold the monopoly, then all that it matters to us is to make sure that whatever it is that we have cannot be patented by others, so they cannot sue me. And how do we do that? What is called as a defensive publication. We file the patent, we publish it, and we don't pursue it any further. So it becomes part of the prior art, and no one else anywhere in the world can patent protect it. So with these I will stop. If there are any questions, you can reach out. Wherever we can, we will certainly help you. Thank you.
We also have online participants.
If they have any questions, you can check.
So I'll
Yeah.
drop.
So do you interact with the audience?
If they have any questions.
Now it's time for the audience interaction session with our resource person. So any audience online can now ask the queries with respect to the session, first technical session. Offline participants, anyone? Any queries? No queries? Okay. Any online participants, any queries?
We are checking.
Yeah, taking.
Questions about
Yes.
Please give her the mic. It's on. It's on.
Hi, I'm Lakshmi. It's not a question. I just want you to speak more about the use case where you merge AI and the copyright and the misuse of the books. That if you can speak a bit more.
use of AI, copyright, and the books, right? The use of AI is anyway integrated with just about everything that we do these days. And even in IC, there was an email from the director's office um, encouraging people to use AI, Gen AI. And even from the ANRF, there was a tool that has become publicly available called Saral AI, something of its sort, where the use is to um, if you have any publication, patent, any technical document, it converts that into a presentation, a poster, video, some such thing, right? For many of the publications, use of AI in terms of assisting with respect to polishing the manuscript, it has become prevalent, and many of them even expect you to use it. What they don't expect you to do is to generate data with AI. So that is something that is not permitted. That leads certainly to blacklisting in just about every tech or scientific forum that you can imagine. The ownership still vests with the person generating that. If a person is involved in making any manuscript or any tool, the ownership will always be with that person. And as of now, no ownership can go with any of the AI tools. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for answering. And the technical team ensure to check the queries with regard to the online participants as well. But so far we have not received any. So I hope so they have understood betterly with respect to the session of today. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insight, valuable and insightful thought with regard to navigating new IP, frontiers and strategy for collaborative innovation, especially in the area of barriers to technology, commercialization and technology value drivers. Considering especially our own institution setting as an example with respect to the patent filing and the legal status with respect to VMS College for Women, we are privileged, sir. And with regard to the new frontiers in IP and like neurotechnology and neuro rights and patent protection. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now we are ending our first technical session, and now we are into the tea break, and we will break for 15 minutes. And now the time is exactly 11:45, and I would request you to assemble by 12 noon for the second technical session, the importance of intellectual property rights in advancing battery technologies by Dr. Satya Mariappan, a research scientist, CNRS, College D. Francis Paris, who will be joining us online. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
She can do now what? You can.
Video capture. Hold it in. Yes, audio off. Audio off.
I request all the participants to maintain the decorum. Please assemble fast. Satya ma'am? Ma'am, shall we start?
Yes, I'm ready. If audiences are very against stand.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our today's second technical session, the importance of intellectual property rights in advancing battery technologies, by Dr. Satya Mariappan, a research scientist, CNRS, Collège de France, Paris. I now call upon Dr. K. Bhuvaneshwari, HOD, Postgraduate Department of Mathematics, to introduce our today's resource person.
Thank you, Ashwini. Good morning. Good morning to everyone present here. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Satya Mariappan, a distinguished Indian material researcher and a ChatGD researchee at CNRS, France, currently associated with Simnido Solidate Energy, CSE UME 8260, Collège de France, Paris. Dr. Satya Mariappan has an impressive research background spanning nearly 15 years in lithium and sodium ion battery material, electrochemistry, interface analysis, and electrolyte optimization. She leads and coordinates the sodium ion research team at CSE under the guidance of renowned battery scientist Professor Jean-Marie Tarasson. Before joining CNRS in 2018, she has done her postdoctoral research at LRCS, Amiens, where her collaborative work contributed significantly to establishing the concept of ionic redox in battery materials. This pioneering research opened new avenues for understanding and developing advanced energy storage materials. Her research has also had a strong practical impact, resulting in patented technologies that have been transformed towards commercialization in sodium ion batteries. She is actively involved in major French and European energy storage research initiatives, including RS2E, PRANR, and NIMA. With a H index of 36, Dr. Satya Mariappan has made substantial contributions to the scientific community. Alongside her research, she is actively involved in supervising PhD scholars and postdoctoral researchers, teaching master students, and delivering invited lectures at international conferences. Her journey beautifully demonstrates how fundamental research can contribute to innovative and sustainable energy technologies. We are truly honored to have Dr. Satya Mariappan with us today. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a very warm welcome to her and thank her for joining us and sharing her invaluable expertise with us. Thank you, Anna. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, for the kind introduction, and thanks a lot to the principal, BMS College, and also the organizers of this conference, especially Dr. Pavia for inviting me to this conference. So, as you already informed, I am a scientific researcher. So, my background is mostly on research in the science part. However, I work with a company. It's a startup company, PMAT, which is making sodium-ion battery cells. So basically, whatever we are doing in the lab, we are doing the patents, and the patents, the technology is transferred to PMAT. This is how because when we are doing patent, we work with the patenting officers and everyone to make the patent. So this is my knowledge on the patent side, but it's not something too much. My level is kind of more surface, so I can say it before. So basically, our inventions we are patenting by CNRS, which is our institute, the research institute, how it is CSIR labs here in India.
CNRS is almost similar category. So we are taking it's a national level scientific labs, and then it moved for licensing by companies. To start with, I think all of you must be knowing different type of batteries. All of us are using at least some kind of batteries. For example, if you are using a car, for sure you have a starter battery which is lead acid. And all the lamps and everything you are using nickel cadmium or nickel metal hydride batteries. And then the lithium ion battery is something almost every one of us use. Because if you use a mobile phone, if you use a laptop or electric vehicle, often it is integrated with lithium ion batteries. And the reason for this, in all these cases, what we are basically doing is we are storing the electrochemical energy, we are storing the chemical energy and converting to electrical energy whenever it is required. So everything does the same job. And why the question why the lithium ion battery is special means we can get higher energy with a small size. So imagine if you have a battery of this big size. Try to imagine if you have a mobile phone, we need to use a battery of this size, it's very hard. This is where the main invention comes, why it is lithium ion battery with the small ones, we can easily take our mobile phones with us and we can use everywhere. And with these reasons, basically what happened, now we are using a lot of lithium ion cells. Starting from small laptops up to power tools vehicles, even in the flight we are trying to use, and for the big energy storage. Because of this, we are keep on increasing. So the energy requirement are increasing, and our usage of lithium ion battery is increasing. And you can see here we are going to use almost 3,000 gigawatt per year, in the year of 2030. So whenever the usage is increasing, it means it's actually a multi-billion-dollar global business. So the battery is not something very simple. It's going to be a big business case. And here comes, if it is a big business, what are the components we can patent it in the batteries? So first to know it, we have to know how the system works. So this is a simple lithium ion system, I can say. And what we are doing is basically between two electrodes, we are just moving some lithium ions, and the electrons are moving outside in the external circuit. So when you are charging, it's moved from here to here, and in the discharge, then in the reverse. And obviously, in this case, the material is supposed to be patented. So here I show an example with the lithium cobalt oxide, but I can make different type of materials, changing the transition metal, or I can completely go to different family of compounds. So the materials need to be patented, and this is one of the major things people patent it in the scientific lab. And saying it, I should say it's not only just the material, there are many engineering parts that also need to be patented. And I just give you a tabular column here, but basically what is happening, often you will have seen this kind of battery module in electric vehicles. And this is a battery, in this case basically different cells are arranged, and each of these components is supposed to be patented. So different car companies, for example, they use different type of battery pack. In that case, they have different varieties. Even the pin how we are arranging, they can modify it to reduce the weight and to increase energy. Same way, if you take a laptop battery, again it's the same thing. How the cells are connected, how the casing is made, and what is the size of the battery pack. Everything has a bigger role, and each company try to do some kind of variations in it. And also the thermal management, how the cell is going to get heated up and how they are going to cool the cell when it is too hot. So all these different parts, you can do an innovation and we can patent it. Going one step down, these cells I am saying in the battery pack, it can be of different categories. It can be a cylinder, or it can be a prismatic type, pouch or small coil cells, or even braid type cells. This is the model the car company BYD is doing now, and with this model they earn quite a huge amount of energy. So basically they can even bypass the Tesla business with this because they made this model. So by saying this, different type of cells can be patented, and even in the same type, for example, if I take a cylinder, and in the cylinder itself they can change the sizes. So certain companies use 18650. Means the dia is 18 and the length is 65 mm.
And this is the one like Panasonic and Samsung is using. They can change like to 21700 or different sizes. So, and in this 4680 is like Tesla is specializing in it. Then no other companies can make this basically. So there are different cells, varieties, and in this even with the different sizes they can do the patent and there can be a difference. And going like one step again inside, a battery, if you open it, you will see this kind of jelly roll. So there are different electrodes, separator and different negative and positive electrode, different current collectors. And then we have different components for the safety. So the pressure vent, if there is something happening in the cell, the pressure vent can be open and it will avoid the accident. And this kind of component is very important. And in the companies, people often do the patent in these two different like specific varieties. How the tab is connected, how the electrode is coated. Each part has its own categories. And then with this finally like it comes for the electrode, and in the electrode only we are going to have like materials. So before I said the materials are going to be the biggest one, means I can say the materials are going to give the life of the cell. But then the engineering part is the main body. So both materials and the engineering part can be like differentiated between different car companies or any other battery companies, and they can be patented. So in the material it can be like a positive, or we used to add some kind of conducting carbon and the binder to make the coating. And all these things can vary from different companies to companies. So all these components can be like patented in general. And then the question comes, who files the patent? So I say like people in the research labs are making new compounds, and then in the companies are like making different engineering. So whoever is like filing the patent, it can be like an academic researcher. For example, I am an academic researcher. If I make a new compound, if I think the performance is very good, I can make the patent of it, and then we can see like how much we can explore into the business. Same way like it can be a battery industry. Indeed, like the battery field is one of the main field where we need to really bridge the academic and the industry part. So if I don't work with the startup companies in close collaboration, it's hard for us to move from the lab to the industrial scale. So in this field, you can see like many academics, they try to work always with industries, and industries need to work with academic researchers, otherwise it's almost like impossible for them to move forward with the problems. And then how we are going to make the batteries, patents. In this case, the first step what we do is, whenever we have something like a good material or good engineering side we start with filing the patent in the whole country. In my case, for example, I start the filing like in France or maybe in Europe. Sometimes we do it in Europe because we can do it in English. And this is the home country, this is the first step. And this is the one, it's going to fix the date. So once I file it in my home country, the priority date goes with this application date. And then I have like 12 months to establish for the next step. So the next step is going to the worldwide. So this is where the PCT, the Patent Cooperation Treaty comes. After 12 months, I go for this PCT application. And when it is going for this, then there will be like a huge international search, and then they will try to see if there is other competitors or other people did the similar work. It can be even in the publication or in the patent. So then they take care of all the patents and some of the publications and see if our work is really novel or not. We often used to get like oppositions, in which way we have to like our new invention is really like new or not, we have to prove it. And these days they also change the rule, because in the old days normally you can make in one compound and you can like patent, follow the patent for different combinations. But now it's not the case. If I am making one compound, I need to show the example and I can patent only like within that range. I cannot like try to fill everything. And further in this case what they ask, like we have to give full explanation. So someone if they want to reproduce it, they should be able to reproduce it. So with this then they try to say like if this like invention is really new, someone can really guess it and can make it easily. So we are in a position to explain them like this is why it's new and which way we are like making it new. Once this is done, then it will go for international publications. So this happens often like in 18 months from the priority date.
So with the date wise, we start like starting from like a filing date up to almost 30 months for entering into the national phase. So it's often like 2 years or 2.5 years, we are going for the national phase. And this national phase is like more important because we are going to like protect our invention with each country. So here we need to also decide which country I want to patent, like I want to protect. For example, like I'm working on batteries, I know what all the companies are like actively involving in batteries. In China, for example, they do like a huge amount of battery business. So if I want to make my material for myself, I need to protect in China first. So we usually like try to protect in China, US, Canada, all those places. And in the recent days, in India also like a huge amount of battery companies are coming. So we need to also like our patent, we need to protect it also in India. But for this case, we have to do like for each country separately.
Satya,
And then
I'm sorry for the interruption. Actually, your slide is not visible to the audience actually here. So I would request you to present it, ma'am.
So I can stop and reshare. You want me to stop and reshare?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted you to reshare the screen.
Yeah.
It's not visible to the audience, so that's the reason.
Is it visible now or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible right now. It's visible.
Okay, I hope.
Could you continue, ma'am?
I think it's not moving. Okay, it's moving.
Yes, ma'am. It's active now. Thank you.
Okay. So I can just say like once again for the step 1 and step 2. So we are filing in the home country and then we are moving for the international protection. This happens like in 30 months, 2 years to 2.5 years. Then I start to move for like national and regional phases. So for each country, so we have to do it separately. And in this case, normally you get opposition from each country because they want to have their own business and they don't want someone else like to start them. So we often used to have like very strong opposition from different countries in whatever the way we can. And then we need to provide answers to show like, no, this is not the same thing and we are like doing new things. And once this is done, it's almost like done. Now we are going for the step 4, which is just grant and maintenance. So everything is done. Afterwards, I can protect it for almost 20 years. And in this case, basically we need to pay the fee like every year. So if something is moving for the technology transfer, we need to pay and keep the patent alive for 20 years. So in short, I can say like these are all the different steps we are going through for patenting a material or whatever the new innovations. And this long step is actually good in one way because we have like enough time to evaluate the technology and the market. So we don't want to pay like a patent fee for years together with nothing like this important. So we get the time to like evaluate how the technology is going to perform and then we can decide how actually like it's worked. And then the question comes, what happens if the inventions are protected or not by the patent? So basically like we know it, if the inventions are protected, then we have all the control, but if it is not protected, we completely lose the control. So with the patent, yes, I have a control like to give the rights to license it, and if someone is doing the business with it, the owners, the patent owner can actually like get the benefits, share of it. But if it is not the case, we are going to lose all the business and we will be doing the invention and anyone can use it. So the invention without a patent is just like anyone can free to use. So you don't get anything out of it. And to show like the good example of when invention is patented properly, I take the case of Akio Yoshino. So this Akio Yoshino is a Japanese researcher. Actually, he is one of the Nobel Prize winner in 2019. So there are 3 Nobel Prize winners from the battery field in 2019, and he is one of the main persons. What he invented is basically like a carbonaceous negative electrode. So Jean-Louis Goodenough invented positive one, and Whittingham started the intercalation chemistry which we are using right now in batteries, and Yoshino did the negative electrode carbon. And he also like demonstrated a lithium ion cell in 1980s. And once he demonstrated, he actually gave his patent, the ownership to Shahid Kasai. And then this is like a shared ownership. So when they are selling the technology, he gets the benefit out of it. By doing this, this is the actual patent they did, and you can see here, he is the inventor, and then the assignee is like the company. So the owner of this patent is the company. And when they are having this product, once the product is done, they sold this patent, the technology license, to Sony, and from the Sony they get the business. So whatever the Sony the cell is selling, they get like percentage of market share from them. So the business value, like it is still ongoing. So we could get a huge business out of this one invention. And then the second case is like what happens if you don't do the patent properly. And once again, I can give the example from Goodenough, because the Goodenough are already told that he is also one of the Nobel Prize winner for the battery material innovation. But in this case, what happened? He is the one started working with the positive electrode, lithium cobalt oxide. But in that period, it is in 1980s, and what happened? He went to this university. He was working in Oxford University, and Oxford was not very interested in patenting the material. They thought there is no business because there was no battery in that time. So they were not ready to patent it. And afterwards, he needs some money to do the patent filing. So he went to this Atomic Energy Research Center, and in the beginning they say, okay, we will do it, but afterwards they are accepted to do the patent only if he gives all his rights to the company. So he is supposed to sign a document saying that all the ownership goes to AERE, and after this they make the business, they make the patent, and all the business it goes only for them. And in this case, what happened? The invention is completely going it went to some other place. So it's AERE is a place where Goodenough did not even work there. So Oxford was reluctant to do the patent. They completely lost the business, and whoever were ready to do it, they got the business. At the end, basically, it's not the inventor who got the money, and it's not the place where he worked, and it's a person who owned the patent got all the money. So what I want to say here is the inventorship does not necessarily mean ownership. If I am the inventor of a patent, it doesn't mean I am the owner of the patent and I can receive the money. It's not the case. And this is the way many establishments having it. Even in our CNRS, in the present case, I can show you the example of one of our patent. And you can see this is the electrolyte composition we invented. And the proprietors are basically the CNRS, college and Sorbonne where I am working. So they are the owner of the patent. They did this patent and they own it, and they can actually sell it to anyone. But it's not the same for every places. In some places it can vary. In China they have different model. I think in India they have the shared ownership. So this kind of model it varies from country to country. In France, they try to use this model because the French legal rule it make it like that. A public agent, they are using the money from the taxpayers' money, and they do all the research using that. So basically, it's the government who owns those patents, and they have all the rights to sell the patent to different companies, and whatever the benefit they get, it also directly goes to the CNRS. And in this case, you can think okay, then the institute is the only one who is getting benefited from the patent. Why not the inventors? But then the question is, does really institute get the benefit all the time? Because the thing is, the institute can get benefited only when the technology transfer happens. We can do 100 patents, but if the technology transfer is not there, there is no benefit. In my case, for example, we did the patent and there are 3 different people in the patent. We are the inventors. And then CNRS is paying all the patent fee and it is taking care of the administrative part. Afterwards, only when the technology was transferred to Tiamat, they get the share. So percentage of share they get from the company when the technology transfer happens. If there is no such technology transfer, then they don't get no money.
But at the end of like the inventors, we can do like many patents. It's okay, we are not going to benefit it. At the same time, we are not going to get lose anything. But then the owners, they need to make sure which kind of patent they are going to take. And then they agree with it. And sometimes like 50% of patent can be useless. But only like the remaining 50%, if the technology transfer happens, it's fine. It get back all the money. So this is how the system works. After this, I can show you another example where sometimes like the inventor, the owner got the patent, but they were not benefited. Once again, I go back to the say like, the three people who got the Nobel Prize from battery, he is one of the person within him. He started this like intercalation chemistry. He identified it. So once he identified that it can be possible to make a lithium cell. So he made the patent and then basically Exxon, they got this patent. So they bought this patent, they licensed it. But what happened afterwards, they cannot make any product out of it. So though they paid the amount and they licensed it, they cannot make any business out of it. The main reason is in that period actually we were using like lithium metal, and this lithium metal can start to make this kind of dendrites. When this is happening, there can be a short between the positive and negative, and because of that the cells are like getting catching fire, and there can be gases and all those things. So though the invention is very good, the product is not very good, and in this case you lose all the business. So you can patent it, it can be just useless. And another part also can happen. Sometimes the material can be like really useful. This is a case study with LAFePO4. It's another invention from John B. Goodenough, who got the Nobel Prize. So he made another material, which is like lithium iron phosphate, one of the highly used material in lithium ion battery field these days. But this time he made sure like he could get the patent from the university. So he was working at Texas University at that period. So he made the patent with them. And then what happened, like they licensed the patent with the Hydrocube bike. It's a company in Canada. And when they did it, but at the same time they got like some visiting people from NTT Japan. And these people like they got this kind of idea from them, using like under the confidential information. But they were working in collaboration. So they gave these ideas and they were explaining everything. But when they went back to Japan, they basically like tried to modify it a bit and then they changed their patent. So they received a new patent with LAFePO4 without Goodenough or without Texas. And then they were like trying to sell it to A123. And now this company, like they did not care for all these patents, they just like to give money to this and try to make it. And this one is like basically not correct, and there was like a huge law dispute happening there. And at certain point anyway they came for kind of agreement and tried to buy the old patents as well. But in the case like I just want to show like this also can happen. We can make like new materials. But then some other people can like slightly modify it. We can do like another carbon protein and change some transition metal in it. And basically you make it like, okay, the old patent is not valid anymore. I have my own patent, I work with this material. So these things also can happen. So basically like even though we make all patents, this may not be like profitable all the time. And sometimes like it can also be like misused by others. So then you need to undergo like a big lawsuit and then go and fight for it. And in this case then the question comes, okay, the patent is not really like profitable all the time. So why they need to do it? This is when it comes for the patent portfolio of the company. So whenever I'm making like for example a startup or a new company, I need to have my own patents for different companies. The first point, I want to have like my own components and I can make my own product, so I need to have this. And the second thing, sometimes I want to avoid the opponents copying my design or whatever. And sometimes what people also do is, they don't make any product. What they do is, they basically like do the patent and then they can sell it to another company. And those companies make the product and we get benefit only from the patent as such. And all these things can happen like one, sometimes two companies have like complementary patents. I have some 5 patents and the other company has some 10 patents. Then we can come into a common agreement and we can do like a collaboration, or we can just sell it to another company and we can do it. So in all these cases, whenever we want to make like a product, we need to like protect our invention and try to keep this patent portfolio. One thing with this, like we can go further. And another thing also what we can do is, basically this is what Tesla did when we like came in the year of 2014. They say like all our patents belonging to you. They say we are not going to keep anything protected. Everything is like kind of free. Though the news advertisement is like this, but the actual truth is they put like a thing means they say like in good faith. In good faith means it's not something just free. We are not going to put a lawsuit if someone is using, but at the same time, no company also like put a lawsuit on them. So whatever the thing they are using, no one is going to oppose. And then there is like always kind of agreement which is not shown in the newspapers, but it needs to go through this. And basically why they did is they want to grow the business. Those period, the electric vehicle is not a big business. So they want to make the business big. In that case, they need lots of players in the field. They don't want to be like a single player, then it's not good for them. To do that, they have done this, and then indeed it actually like gave them very good value. So once they did it, they were even able to make like more patents, and they were able to make like more and more business, because as they expected, there are many companies entered into the EV field. So what I can conclude from all this is, their patents are not just like paperwork. It's not that I'm just going to patent it and keep it for me. And if I want to protect the invention and want to really move for the like product, we need to keep this patent portfolio, and this is like very, very important step for any startup or any companies. Just to give like a small revision of what we talked so far, the battery business is like $1 million business, and there are like 3 main inventors. And they gave like a very good example even for the IPR. The first example is Whittingham, who started with this chemistry, but here it became useless because the product is not directly going for the market. Still the invention is very useful, but the product has like no value in the market because of the safety issue. And then the second person is like good enough. He gave like very good materials. Most of our cells we are using, we use these materials, either LaCO4 or LaFePO4. But in both cases, he did not get any benefit out of it. It is either like another person who owned the patent or like another university got all the benefits. And the third person is a very successful person. He started with the carbonaceous one, and this is one part of the battery. And he also managed to do like a very good business with it. And right now, at present, apart from these materials, we are mostly like trying to patent different components and designs and everything. And this is just for the case with lithium-ion batteries. And similarly, we can do with other chemistries. As I already showed, I'm working with sodium-ion batteries. So we try to do like all the similar components, also patent it with sodium-ion battery. You can move further like solid-state batteries or lithium-ion batteries. So you have I can conclude my talk, and the main thing I want to convey is if you want to like turn our discovery into long-term values, it's important to protect all these, and the researcher should be also like keep on thinking whether our research is patentable or not. So we cannot just like go for the publications. We need to see like whether it is patentable. And in this case, basically we are not going to publish before patenting it. We do this patent first and then wait for it. Then we go for the publications. And with this, I thank like our team, where Professor Taraskan is the director of our lab, and also the whole network, because we are working in a RS2E network, which is energy storage network for France. And then the team Tiamat, with whom we are working. And then all the collaborators. Here you can clearly see we are working with people from different countries. So they are from Hong Kong, China, and Atom is from Russia and other people from France. And in all these cases, already we have like a clear idea how the pattern goes. Either we work only in the fundamental part, we don't work on like the product part, we do with the other country people. In case if we are doing it, we already have like a properly signed MOU and we go with those rules, how the patent will be shared and all those things. And with this, I thank everyone. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And the stage is open for the interaction with our resource person. Any queries? Dear participants, do you have any queries? Offline queries? Anyone? Any online queries? I request our technical team. Thank you, ma'am. I hope you explained this very well so that there is no queries with regard to the content, ma'am. And I thank you for your valuable insights with regard to the importance of intellectual property rights in advancing battery technologies and the areas which you actually focused with respect to the lithium batteries usage and increasing usage in patents and its importance and its impact. It was very resourceful today. Hope all the audience have understood. Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear audience, now we shall have a break for a lunch and please do join us for a third session of our technical session. And now the time is 12:42. I would request you all to assemble by 1:30. 1:30, and the venue for the lunch is arranged in open air auditorium, and the direction for you to actually take a leave is from the entrance you will find Ganesha idol. So towards that end you are supposed to get into the open air auditorium. There is direction given to you. Please make yourself comfortable to join us for the lunch. I request all the participants to be on time for the technical session for the post lunch. There will be a paper presentation. I request to assemble on time.
The respective rooms allotted.
Yeah. The respective rooms are allotted to the participants. Please do assemble there.
Chemistry, who will moderate the paper presentation and guide the proceedings. I now invite Dr. Manjula to take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Manjula MC, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry. Take privilege to introduce Dr. S.M. Basavarajaya, our distinguished judge for today's presentation session. Dr. Basavarajaya is an accomplished academician and researcher with around 16 years of teaching and industrial research experience. Sir is currently serving as Associate Professor in the Department of Chemistry at Dayanand Sagar Academy of Technology and Management, Bengaluru. Sir holds a PhD in Chemistry from Gulbarga University and has made significant contributions to the field of organic chemistry, heterocyclic chemistry, medicinal chemistry, spectroscopy and nanomaterials. Sir has an impressive record of research publications, books, book chapters and patents. Dr. Basavarajaya has also been recognized among the top 2% scientists by Stanford University and elsewhere for 2024 and 2025. His academic profile includes H-index of 30 and more than 2,700 citations. Professor has served as several editorial, referee boards and has been associated with various universities and academic institutions as a member of boards of studies and boards of examinations. We are truly honored to have Dr. Basavarajaya chairing this session. On behalf of our institution, we extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Welcome you, sir. And we look forward to your valuable guidance and insights.
Thank you.
Now, without further delay, let us begin the presentations. Shall we proceed with this one? Now I invite Miss Vidya A.M. Vinuta Kamath, research scholar. She is from Dayanand Sagar College of Engineering, Bengaluru. Abstract title with Green Synthesis of a Plant-Derived Catalyst from Sustainable Innovation with Intellectual Property and Commercialization Potential.
Good afternoon to everyone. Myself Vidya A.M., research scholar from the Department of Chemistry, Dayanand Sagar College of Engineering, and my topic of presentation is Green Synthesis of a Plant-Derived Catalyst from Silesium canadense, a sustainable innovation with intellectual property and commercialization potential. So this slide tells us about the environmental challenges that made me to focus on my research. Synthetic dyes are widely used in textile and some other industries. So when the wastewater which are produced from these industries contains toxic and persistent chemicals. So when these wastewater is directly released into the water bodies, it will reduce the water quality and also it will negatively affect the aquatic systems. So there is a need for the development of simple and effective dye degradation approaches. So in our research, we have used a renewable biological resource for we have prepared a catalyst from the renewable biological resource, and we have used it in the treatment of water. Like we have used it in photocatalytic dye degradation application. So the scientific challenge is, can a dye pollutant be degraded using a simple, sustainable and resource efficient approach? Okay, we have chosen the leaves of Syzygium canadense. It is a renewable biological resource, and the leaves of this Syzygium canadense are rich in phytochemicals like tannins, flavonoids, etc. And it promises that it can be used as a precursor for our plant-derived functional catalyst. So the research opportunity is transforming an underutilized biological resource into a value-added functional material. So coming to the aim and objective, our aim of my research work is to prepare a plant-derived material from the leaves of Syzygium canadense and to investigate its potential for photocatalytic degradation of the selected dyes. And the workflow is as follows: prepare, process, characterize, test, analyze, and innovate. So initially we have collected the plant biomass, we have done green processing, next we have done aqueous processing, and when we got the functional material, we have used it in the photocatalytic dye degradation. So initially we have, the name of the catalyst is Vesica catalyst, that is water extract of Syzygium canadense leaf ash. So initially we have collected the leaves of the Syzygium canadense plant, and once it was dried under the shade for a few days, and once it is dried, we have grinded and we have done calcination at 400 degrees Celsius. And once it is calcinated, it was soaked overnight in water, and then it was filtered and we collected our catalyst. So this is the FSM image and EDX spectrum of the Vesica catalyst. So as I have said, there are various phytochemicals present in the leaves that we can see there. Like it contains many metals like magnesium, calcium, etc. So coming to the dye degradation part, I have selected 3 dyes, that is Lemonella, Orange Red and Methylene Blue. And the experiment coming to the concentration of the dye, I have chosen 30 ppm dye concentration of each, that is Lemonella, Orange Red and Methylene Blue, and I have added 30 milligrams of catalyst. And I have collected the samples in the time interval of 15 minutes, and for the degradation of Lemonella it took 75 minutes, and for the degradation of Methylene Blue it took 60 minutes, and for Orange Red it was degraded for with 105 minutes. The significance is the prepared S canadense derived material demonstrated potential for degradation of selected synthetic dyes. So this is the dye degradation data of 3 dyes, that is Lemonella, Methylene Blue and Orange Red. So this slide tells us about how plant biomass resource valorization, like how it is used, how underutilized plant biomass is used to sustainable innovation. First one is resource valorization, that is conversion of a plant biomass into a value-added material. So instead of instead of treating it as just a plant biomass, we can use that plant and we can create a value-added material, like a functional catalyst we have created, and it was used for environmental application, that is photocatalytic treatment. And by using the various technology, like by doing the optimization, characterization, we can take a potential pathway towards sustainable technology. So first, biomass is converted into a value-added material, that then it was used for environmental application and it was turned into an innovation. So our work has 4 IP aspects. That is, first one is novelty, that is how our plant is new for what is new in that plant for creating our catalyst. Next is patent potential. Could the patent be technically new compared to existing? Like how that synthesis method of this catalyst and the catalyst itself can be new compared to the existing method. Next is IP strategy. What should be protected? Like the composition of the catalyst or the route of synthesis should be protected. Next is technology transfer from protected knowledge to use. We can use the lab scale research to industrial scale. Next slide.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ
This slide tells us about the intellectual property potential of our research. We have plant-derived resource was collected, it was turned into a catalyst, and it was used for the dye degradation. So the potential IP areas is green synthesis process, the catalyst itself, that is Westcott catalyst itself, catalytic application and process conditions.
This slide.
Two more slides.
You come to the conclusion. Final. Last slide.
Last slide. So, concluding that the study explores Isis canadensis as a plant-derived resource for green synthesis of the Westcott catalyst, and it is used for the dye degradation, that is Lemonella orange red and methylene blue. And in the future, we will be focusing on catalyst optimization, dye degradation optimization, and the reusability studies and real wastewater studies. Thank you.
What is the rationale behind this work? What is the rationale? What is the innovative technique?
Like we have used, like leaves are generally, it is not considered, like we are not using it in, so we have used biological resource, mainly biological, renewable biological.
Why you chosen this Syzygium only?
Sir,
Do you know Kannada?
Yes.
And the Syzygium means what?
That nail and
Okay, fine. Why you chosen that topic, that material, leaf material?
like it has various phytochemicals. We need that phytochemicals.
Generally, Syzygium is good for anti-diabetic.
Yes.
For hypoglycemic agent will act. But your mechanism is different.
Yes.
What is the rationale? What is the your point of view? Why you chosen this plant? Of course, that is good only. What you chosen, but anything background is there.
Not many research have been conducted in this field, so I have chosen this.
Oh, you dye degradation. You taken 3 dyes, no?
Yes.
Out of 3, one taken long time.
Yes.
That is 105.
Yes.
Which dye that was? Methyl.
Lemonella.
105 minutes taken for dye. Why it take a long time?
It depends on the dye as well.
What is the mechanism? Of course, all 3 are different structure chemically. Okay. Why it taken so much time? Any idea?
Yes.
What is the basic mechanism in dye degradation?
Like
Basic
when light is pulsed, the electrons will get excited into the electrons get excited and
what is the process? General process you tell me. Dye degradation means what is the general process?
Like we will subject that dye, we will add the catalyst and we will subject it under light and
that is photolytic degradation. Okay, light in the presence of. What is the role of your plant material? How it
usually dyes will not degrade fastly. So if we add our catalyst, it degrades
fast.
Yes.
Within the minutes it will
yes.
decompose. Okay. Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vidya. Now I invite Dr. Mohan Kumar D, Assistant Professor, Government Science College. Is there? Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Mohan Kumar D. Today I am going to present my research work on iodine diamesomediated chemoselective synthesis of 2,5-disubstituted oxazole from simple aryl methyl ketone. The first, some of the oxazole compounds are very important because most of the natural products and pharmaceutical ingredients contains the 2,5-disubstituted and substituted oxazole derivative. For example, texaline, betazole, and oxaprozine. Some of them they contain the oxazole ring. These oxazole related compounds they impressed us to work on the oxazole compounds. Some of the previous reports available on the synthesis of 2,5-disubstituted oxazole. In the first procedure, that one is the when proposyl is treated with the aryl iodide in the presence of palladium catalyst, they got the 2,5-disubstituted oxazole. In the second one phenyl propanol react with the benzamide in the presence of gold catalyst, they got the 2,5-disubstituted oxazole. And another one is using the PIDA, phenyl iodide diacetate. Most of the procedures they have reported contains the costliest metal catalyst and some of them are free functionalized. That means preparation of starting material itself requires the more additional steps to achieve the targeted oxazole compound. So, by looking in order to overcome the drawbacks of the previous methods, we started to think about the synthesis of targeted oxazole compounds using the acetophenone and the phenylalanine in the presence of iodine diamine under 110 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. This methodology is the nearest one and the single step approach and completely transition metal free, and the catabolism and the reconstruction properties of the phenylalanine is successfully used for the synthesis of this oxazole compound. And using the single reagent that is iodine diamine, so we can functionalize the sp3ch of acetophenone as well as the alpha sp3ch and as well as the beta sp3ch of the phenylalanine also get functionalized using the iodine diamine. So it's completely inexpensive starting materials and less toxic nitrogen source for the oxazole synthesis. These are some of the highlights of these our reactions. So that is the transition metal free, less toxic reagents and inexpensive reagents. Here the iodine diamine is helps to oxidative conversion of acetophenone to phenyl glyoxal, followed by the combined with the phenylalanines undergo the decarboxylations to give the 2,5-disubstituted oxazole. Along with that, the alpha sp3ch also beta sp3ch2 is also get oxidized to CO in the presence of iodine DMSO. This is the optimized reaction conditions. We screen with the different iodine sources like PIDA, potassium iodide, ammonium iodide and tetrabutyl ammonium iodide, and also screen with the different additives and weighing the equivalents of the starting materials acetophenone as well as the phenylalanines. Finally, we have got the optimized reaction condition. That one is the entry number 10. That is iodine with the 1.2 equivalents and 1:1 ratio of the acetophenone as well as the phenylalanine. For about 110 degrees for 12 hours, we got the 90% yield of the expected product 3AF. So these are using the optimized reaction condition. We synthesize the different compounds with the different acetophenones. Among them, electron releasing groups as well as electron withdrawing groups all they give the very good percentage of yield. And the structure of the one of the compound 3AF is confirmed by single crystal XRD. This is the mass spectrum of the compound 3AB, which has the exact mass of 325.1103, and we can observe the n+1 peak of 326 in HRNS spectra. This confirms the formation of the expected product. This is the proton NMR spectrum of the compound, where the doublet signal appears at the 8.376 is with the J coupling value 8s is corresponds to the ortho protons with respect to the carbonyl groups. And one singlet appeared at the 8.159 is certificate for the
C4H of the acetyl ring. Remaining are the peaks are the aromatic hydrogens of the biphenyl system as well as the phenyl system. This is the C39 spectra where we can observe the characteristic carbonyl values at the carbonyl signal appeared at the 178 is and 156 corresponds to the C2 carbon of the acetone, 153 corresponds to the C4 of the carbon, and 141 corresponds to the biphenyl carbon-carbon bond that is connecting the two phenyl rings. And remaining are the aromatic carbons of the biphenyl system and the phenyl system. In order to elucidate the possible reaction mechanism, we carried out some of the control experiments where the functionalized alpha sp3 functionalized acetophenols also get react with the phenylalanine under iodine DMSO. We got the same product as we got from the acetophenol, and also directly we can treat the phenyl acetaldehyde with the acetophenols. We got the same product as we got from the phenylalanine. This confirmed that phenylalanine under iodine DMSO oxidative conditions it get oxidized to phenyl acetaldehyde. Entry number 3, that is the 3-acetyl indole treated with the phenylalanine with a very low quantity of the iodine, where the formation of the benzonated compound, that means there is because of the very low quantity of the iodine, CH2 is still free, it's not get oxidized to CO. This one is the expected proton and mass spectrum of the benzonated compound. Entry number 4.
Come to the conclusion.
Next one. Next. This is the possible mechanism where the alpha acetophenone converted into the aryl glyaxal, followed by the combined condensation with the ester of the phenylalanine, followed by the 1,5 hydrogen shift, followed by the decarboxylation with the loss of hydrogen iodide, gives the benzonated compound. That benzonated compound again get oxidized in the iodine DMSO oxidative conditions to give the finally fluorescent compound, 2,5-disubstituted oxazole compound. These are the some of the reference. And this work is published in Organic and Biomolecular Chemistry, RSC. Thank you.
In reaction condition, you use DMSO, no?
Yes, sir.
Other than you not tried.
We tried with the dioxin on DMF. They have not worked well, sir. DMS is the only source they can donate the oxygen for carbonyl as well as for oxidative conditions, sir.
Generally, we use oxidation synthesis. We use bromine.
Bromine.
Of course, you use iodine.
Iodine.
Which is the better?
Iodine is better than because handling of the bromine is too difficult, sir.
Toxic.
Toxic, and also iodine is compared to the bromine, iodine is safe, sir.
Come to the photon NMR for any one. Photon spectra. Where is that oxazole photon is there, no?
8.159. The singular peak appeared at the 8.159 is corresponds to the C4H of the oxazole system.
Fine.
And first doublet 8.376 with the J value of 8s is corresponds to the aromatic protons of the with respect to the carbonyl group. That is the proton of the benzene ring, which is auto with respect to the carbonyl group. And the next doublet is corresponds to the auto protons which are directly connected to the C5 of the oxazole.
Fine. Good.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan Kumar. Now I invite Dr. Chandramohan.
CV.
Very good afternoon, one and all present here. So, I am Dr. Chandrama. I am going to present a unique concept of small molecule fluorescent chemosensors. So, its principles, mechanism and applications. This is a wide variety of field that we are working on for past few years, and just wanted to share the concept. And since it is a
background of a patenting, so I have an idea that I wanted to share. Next slide. So what is a fluorescent chemosensor? So these molecules are actually fluorescent, which has a receptor, which is a recognition unit, fluorophore, and the signal transaction, the mechanism. So the advantage of the mechanism is it is highly sensitive, it has a rapid response, highly selective. The detection levels are very low, almost in the sometimes in the -8 to 9 or sometimes even -12 levels, and it's a non-destructive analysis. So this entire fluorometric technique itself we are trying to explore with different kinds of systems. So these are the fundamentals of the fluorescence that we are actually using as a principle which is guiding the entire process. So these are some of the systems. In that we have got good responses from the quinoline, porphyrin and the indole system. We are also trying, our ligands are all based on such kind of sheaf bases which are actually a condensation between one kind of aldehyde and which also along with one of the hydrazine kind. So since we are working on this amino hydrogen, that's what. So all our condensation reactions. So these are some of the common fluorophores which we got a very good response, and those are the receptor molecules which are supposed to bind with the metal ions. We come to the next, the mechanisms. These are some of the important mechanisms which is the photo-induced electron transfer, and we got a good response with the turn-on and turn-off fluorescence spectroscopy responses from the complexes, that FRET, the photo-induced or intramolecular charge transfer, and aggregation induced, still we are working on that. So these are most of the common mechanisms that generally work on. For our systems it is photo-induced electron transfer and the ICT, that is more we are exploring into.
Madam, just to go back. If homo difference is more, how about the photoelectric, whatever the mechanism?
No, sir, this is just one, this is not system based. I have not shown any particular system because we are just working on them. This is like one of the, like if it is spread off then fluorescence on. So just to show that. Only that much I wanted to, general mechanism. So since I mentioned about turn on and off, so I wanted to highlight this. Now this is the portion where we are thinking about the applications, and we got a good response with most of the many of the transition and the heavy metals, and we know that how the toxicity of the mercury, lead, cadmium and all these metal ions are really alarming for the environment. And this is just one representative diagram which I have shown here, which shows that these our ligand systems are able to sense only one metal, and this is how the representative diagram goes in that. So these are the applications which is very important for environmental monitoring. We are just trying to explore the keeping the same system with different metal, or we keeping the different systems with the same metal and trying to like identify that in what way they are able to sense that. So that is where we are working into. And in the heavy metal detection, the biomedical diagnosis, the cell imaging, we are also trying to do a lot of binding activities with DNA binding studies, as I mentioned about the DNA sequencing and all. Food and water safety, some kind of water samples, in the real life samples also we are trying to put that. And also for the biomedical forensics, that we have not tried, so we are just looking into it. So there are most important challenges what we face is, sometimes that is what we are trying to figure out, that at a time, what are the sensing ability, whether the same molecule is able to sense different ions in a different concentration or in a same concentration, or if there is some other criteria. So that is one challenge we are facing, and that with many places we have actually sorted. And improve selectivity, we are trying to see that whether it is a series of heavy metals or series of transition metals, or it is a mixture of both also it is able to sense. In vivo applicability, if it is there, that is really challenging. We are not yet able to figure that out, but it's like real one challenge for us. And the interference what we get from a complex matrix, mostly in the real life samples, that is also very challenging, that we are trying to put across. Now,
that simultaneous ion detection already going on. Some public.
Yeah, lot of public. So with that only we got the ideas.
But I don't know about the quantification.
Even we do not know quantification, but this simultaneous ions are very common now, sir. It's actually going on in a like lot of mostly in the journals of fluorescence.
we are getting like almost all the papers are telling about the same concept.
Nearly 40%.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is just few references which got, since it is an patent main topic. So what we thought is that if our fluorescent sensors can be patented in such a way that it really sorts out some of the real life environmental problems, or some kind of detection or detection limit to a very low level, so that these are some of the examples. Smart, like frankly speaking, we have not patented. I have just come here to gain the ideas that whether, let it be one open question, that whether these molecules can be patented, since it has lot of potential from the chemical, from the biological, from the environmental, from the real life samples. So this is what I hope, and this is what we are looking forward. Thank you, sir.
But already your research work done, no?
Many things are done, but because the systems are very new, we are still trying out. So I have not given any particular system, because everything, like all the quinoline aldehydes we have started. We have published the work with pyridine to carboxylaldehyde and 2-hydrogen of pyridine, condensation and the ligand in a variety way. And we have published as a sensor also. We have also published now, like in the Polyhedron, also in a Royal Society of Chemistry, European Journal of Chemistry. Those are done. New ligand systems are new, so I have not put across any system particularly.
If you go for patent, generally claims are important.
Yes.
What is your claim?
Sir, I have a doubt in that. Whatever I have published, I can't patent them.
No.
I cannot do that. So that is why we are working on this new system, so that we can try patenting first, and then we can claim that these are the important new aspects from where it can be a green initiative or a new innovation kind, and then we can go ahead with
about your sensitivity.
Sensitivity, yes.
And also this limit of detection.
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah. Yes.
LOD, LOP.
Yes, that is our target. And even we have worked more with chemical field, less in the environmental and biological real life sample. That is what we are looking into more now. Because now even in the Independence Day lecture, Prime Minister has told about water and the sustainability. So that we are actually aiming at.
Yes,
So,
good. Okay.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Miss Surya Chetan.
Good afternoon everyone, myself Surya Chetana, a research scholar from NMIT, and my topic for today is development of a potential organic ester modified carbon-based electrode for electrochemical detection of caffeic acid and an insight from computational analysis. So what is a caffeic acid? Caffeic acid is something
Yes.
Click 2 to 3 times. Can you click 3 more times?
Yes.
Okay, I'll explain now. Caffeic acid is a naturally occurring phenolic compound which have antioxidant properties and which are widely present in almost daily consumable products like coffee, green tea, vegetables, spices, and some
So you others don't put the animation.
Because it was nowhere mentioned. It is not sure. Ma'am, if you don't mind, can I go with them? I just fix this.
Fine.
If you don't mind. Is that fine, ma'am?
Okay.
Please, I'm so sorry.
Yes, no problem, no problem.
Next I invite Dr. Subhas.
Suhas is there? Come, please. Your birthday.
In almost system account. No more. You can use the last one for everything. Okay. We have a cost for only last salary. Yes, that same issue happened to Madam. Can you
Good afternoon, one and all present. I'll be presenting one of my research work. It's the enhanced performance of composite membranes by using graphene oxide as a nanofiller. So in power operation application. So we basically use it for power operation dehydration of alcohols. So water-free alcohol, as we know, water because of alcohol, because of OH group, it can combine with water in all proportions. And many applications like paints, coatings, adhesives, and fuel application requires water-free alcohols. And what's the difficulty? We rely upon conventional dehydrating methods like azeotropic distillation and all. When we know that you need to boil off entire solvent to do that, energy consumption would be high, and we know that 1 liter of liquid gives 22 liter of gas. So we need huge containers for this. Again, huge infrastructure is required, high energy consumption, and dealing with the azeotropic mixture is again difficult. So to overcome all this, there is a membrane-based technology known as peroperation. It's widely used in Germany and Japan. So if you look at water, what differentiates water from ethanol and the isopropyl alcohol? One is kinetic diameter. Water is a small molecule of 2.8 angstrom, whereas ethanol and ethanol and IPA are larger molecule compared to water. And then polarity wise also, water is more polar than this. So the idea is, if you can design a membrane which is hydrophilic, and size wise, if you can put fillers which makes a tortuous path, so it will allow permeation of only water molecules, and it will avoid permeation of bigger ethanol and isopropyl alcohol molecules. And so in coming up to membrane is the heart of the process. So we have inorganic membranes which are good performing but expensive. We have organic membranes which are not so good performing but no, they are low cost. And we have an idea like why can't we put inorganic filler?
Come to the table, please. Table there. This one. This one. This is the size is only individual solvent whatever, no?
Size of individual water molecule. Yes.
If you mix both together, that size maybe variation is there or same?
No, same size, sir. Same. Water size will
Due
be
to the
same.
hydrogen bonding, any same size variation?
Molecular size will be same.
Same.
Molecular size. Kinetic diameter. Yeah. Okay. So inorganic filler and organic continuous phase we can use. That has a mix of both world. Okay. So you have good properties from inorganic materials and low cost we can extract from organic continuous phase. Yeah. No selection of filler. We need a filler which show good sorption selectivity, good diffusion selectivity, and it could create water selective channels. So we thought why not use graphene. Okay. So a lot of work was done in last decade on graphene in almost every field. So as we all know, it's allotrope of carbon. It is one of the thinnest material. Okay, stiffest material. Okay, good conductivity and lot other good properties. What interested us in is the publication in Science. Where Nair et al. Showed that as you can see in the left hand side, they prepared a pure graphene oxide membrane which showed very high water selectivity. But as we know, graphene oxide preparation is expensive. So we thought why can't we put it in a composite membrane, composite phase. So where you use 2-3% up to 5% and cost could be reduced. So this was our idea. So preparation of graphene, as we know, graphite is multi-layer. You oxidize, you heat at high temperature, you get a single layer. We got not single layer, we got 6 layer that we could get to know through surface area measurements. Up to 9 layers is considered as graphene. Yeah, so solution, we applied a solution casting method for the membrane preparation. Yeah, these are the membranes prepared, sodium arginate series and ketosine series. Yeah, this is our
source of ketosine. What is the source?
Ketosine from
Purchased
purchased from chemical purchase.
The composition, everything.
Yes, well established. Yeah, so this is our membrane setup. So up we have the feed mixture which would be mixed, and temperature would be regulated. Down we have the pressure system where a reduced pressure or vacuum would be applied, and whatever comes out of that is stored in the liquid nitrogen containers, and that we study for permeance and selectivity. Yeah, this is the characterization of graphene. You can see the graphene layers through SEM, and you can see the IRAX measurements. It shows some oxygen content in it, and also the XRD shows the characteristic graphene peak. Yeah, so this is the overall idea. So we prepared a different composition of graphene oxide membranes to see the saturation limit, and we studied the pervaporation performance and its characterization. Yeah, so FTR study shows that with increasing loading there is a red shift, and XRD studies, it's a semi-crystalline material. They shows a decrease in peak intensity, showing a good dispersion of graphene. Yeah, and SEM images shows conclusion.
Yes.
Last. Okay, so we prepared different composition of graphene oxide membranes. Our purpose was to find the saturation limit and what is the best performance we could get. We found that 2.58% loading was the best composition, and separation of IPA water gave good water separation compared to ethanol water separation, because ethanol has smaller size and slightly more polarity. And this work we published in
Rather than the miscibility is more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. True, true. And we published in ACS journal, Industrial Engineering and
How
Chemistry.
about patent? You're going for patent? Or
We are thinking, sir. We are thinking of
already published means it not.
there are other variations we have.
How about that membrane recyclability?
Membrane 8 times we tried. It has good recyclability.
Then liquidability. The application.
Yes, yes.
Liquidability.
Up plus or minus 5%, we get good.
Up to which cycle?
8 cycles. 8 cycles.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. P. Shobana. This is the Logan ID.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. P. Shobana, a pharmacy graduate, assistant professor, Department of Pharmacy Practice, working in Sri Shanmugam College of Pharmacy. It is located in Sandhgiri, Salem. My topic is about the prescription pattern in disable angina, where the management is given in a tertiary care hospitals. First, move on to the introduction. Angina pectoris is a common clinical manifestation of one coronary artery disease. It is characterized by the chest pain or discomfort in between the imbalance between the oxygen level value and also a demand of heart valves. And cardiovascular disease continue to remain one of the major mortality in the worldwide. And among the different types of angina, stable angina is compared with the predictable angina because of the discomfort usually due to the exercise and the stress level. It can be cured or treated by a normal rest or an appropriate medications. The management of stable angina commonly involves an anti-anginal agents, antiplatelet and cardiovascular beta blockers, calcium channel blockers and calcium productive therapies, etc. And therefore, the study undertaken the analysis of prescription pattern in the studies. And next, aim and objectives. Aim is to analyze the prescription trends, and objective is to identify the commonly prescribed drugs and drug classes used in the management of stable angina, to evaluate whether the observed prescription trends consist with the recommended for the stable angina. Methodology, we have done a cross-sectional study in a prescription base only, conducted in a tertiary care hospital in a Sudam multi-speciality hospital. A study period during the January to April 2024. Population is a stable angina. Patient above 35 years only. Both male and female patients are considered. Sample size is about 200 patients. In inclusion criteria, we have added above 35 years ages. Diagnosed with the stable angina. Patient are living during the study period. And next exclusion criteria, patients who are less than 35 years in the incomplete medical records and other than stable angina we are avoided. Next, data collection. Data collection was done by the patient prescription case records were collected and done the case prescription records and done. And next, data analysis was done by the SPSS software and the results were presented with pie charts only. Now the results. First, antiplatelet drugs were given. In that, aspirin was highly given for the patients, and combination also aspirin and clopidogrel was same. The percentage was given about 77%. Next, beta blockers. Beta blockers in first metoprolol was given the highest population. Next, bisoprolol. Next, atenolol and cortisol are accounted for 18% and 11%. Next, calcium channel blockers. In this amlodipine and nifedipine and 2 drugs only given. In that amlodipine drugs only morely prescribed. Next, vasodilator. These only the anti-anginal drugs which will be treat the chest pain with immediate. That is glycerin trinitrate was given for the high population. Next, isosorbate. In the combination of isosorbate and glycerin trinitrate. Next, diluted nitroglycerin was given. And next, diuretics. The diuretics, the first line drug for the hypertensive patient. In this, furosemide was given for the patients which are leading the swelling and inflammations or swelling or inflammations.
Is that related to angina?
If the patient is having hypertension, they will prescribe diuretics.
What is the goal of diuretic?
Reducing the swelling, sir.
What is it?
Swellings. They will have the knee and the foot swelling they will have. So for fluid retention, they will give the diuretics. Sorry, food.
You are telling us. Increases, no? That's why I am interested. Okay.
Next, AC inhibitors. In the lisinopril, losartan and captopril, enalapril was given. And next, comparative to the male and female patients were higher. And overall, in overall prescription pattern, antiplatelet aspirin was given. In beta blockers, metoprolol was given. Vasodilators, glycerin trinitrate was given. Among calcium channel blockers, amlodipine was converted. And furosemide was given in diuretic. And AC inhibitors, lisinopril was frequently given and followed by ARB class drug. And conclusion. Same that antiplatelet drugs were but I need to say about one thing that statin drugs may be given for a patient who have a blood clots for the patients. This was my conclusion, and then this was published in 2024 in a Scopus Industry Journal. Thank you.
What is it from your work? What is the patent interval? If you go for patent, how you claim?
If they go for plain, I need to the statin drugs we have to prescribe so that I need to remember the WHO patent prescribing that will be there. In that the statin drugs, lipid lowering drugs should be given. So this is not the proper prescribing patent.
Generally nowadays multi-drug resistance is coming. Multi-drug therapy also coming, which is a single dose or multi-drug in your case, in your idea.
Combinations or single drug you are asking?
No.
Combinations, sir.
There are two things. One is
Single
dose, another one is multi-drug.
Multi-drug.
That's the combination.
Combinations.
Okay, which is better?
Combinations will be better, sir. To avoid the polypharmacy, we can go for a combinations drug.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm in this also low night is also Surya Chetana. Yes, I'm can you wait for what's your pen drive name?
Ilan last time ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು last time ಮಾಡೋದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗ್ತಲ್ಲ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಸರ್ Another 10 minutes.
New save save
Mine is there on the pen drive. She is using my pen drive. The pen drive is not
already given, no?
pen drive. Oh, your pen drive is working. No, your pen drive is not working.
You the coding.
I will see. Madam, oral presentation. Wait, it's coming there. Next. It's working. Sir, it's working. Can I please see?
Please continue.
So sorry. So sorry for the delay, sir. Okay, so my topic is using an organic ester for sensing of caffeic acid. Caffeic acid is a naturally occurring phenolic compound which is present in almost all the daily consumable products like your coffee, green tea, herbs, fruits, vegetables, everywhere it is present. And it contains biological activity properties like they are antioxidant in the nature, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, pyretic and other important properties are present in caffeic acid. And sensing of caffeic acid has been done by most of the analytical techniques like HPLC, GC, LC, everything. But when you take those analytical techniques, they need a specialized person to use them or it is not cost effective. So as an alternative and a potential work, we have went with electrochemical sensor. Because electrochemical sensor is very sensitive, it's stable, it is selective and they give you a rapid response and they are easy to modify and they are very cost effective. And to modify the electrode, we have went with the ester. Why ester in particular? Because this is one of the unexplored area in electrochemical sensing part. Because nowadays everybody are going with nanomaterials, semiconductors, metal oxide, everything. But they are not concentrating mainly on pure organic compounds. Organic compounds have highest potential because of their structure. So what esters can do is mainly focusing on four main important things. You can combine them with a carbon-based electrode very easily. You don't need any extra preparation. Just take your organic molecule, combine with the carbon-based electrode, your electrode will be ready. And they will enhance the electrochemical sensing and they are also tunable in the nature because you can change the heteroatoms, you can change the functional group. That is what we need in the sensing. And they also can be used in computational analysis to check the electron transfer thing. Hence I went with the ester. Hence my main objective is to use an ester modified carbon based electrode and to sense the caffeic acid using 3 electrode system with the help of CV and DPV and to see the practical application by checking for real sample analysis and check and study the electron transfer using DFT studies. So the materials whatever I have used for my work is caffeic acid, that is my analyte, thiodichrolic acid, ethyl alcohol, concentrated sulfuric acid is used for the preparation of ester, graphite powder along with paraffin oil, K4FeCN6 and KCl are supporting electrolyte. Ester was prepared with the help of acid catalyzed method and for electrode preparation and setup we have went with 3 electrode system. Technique is CV and DPV, computational method is DFT and Foucault analysis. So in the experimental setup, I have used a electrochemical cell with 3 electrode system that is working reference and counter electrode and electrolyte cell solution potentiostatic. To prepare a carbon based electrode, we have taken a ester, combined with the carbon piece, grinded with the help of mortar and pestle, that's it. No other extra preparation was done. That is why we call this as a cost effective and a rapid way of preparation of solvent. And the results when it comes, first we prepared the ester and we have analyzed the surface morphology. As you can see, the bare carbon paste and ester modified carbon paste sum analysis. Ester modified carbon paste, they have a rough texture and there is a bulk materials around it. So whenever the electron transfer occurs in the carbon material, it will always occur in the edge part. But when you see a bare, it is very smooth. There is no porosity, there is no roughness. So by this and EDX results, we can confirm that our ester modified carbon paste electrode will help in the electron transfer in a better way. And this was confirmed by computational studies also. As you can see in the previous one. As you can see in this, HOMO-LUMO. HOMO is highest occupied molecular orbit, lowest unoccupied molecular orbit. Here in the ester we have a sulfur group and we all know that sulfur has a lone pair of electron. Whenever there is a lone pair, they can donate it. Hence they come with the highest orbit. And other ester part will accept the electrons. And this is also proved again with Foucault analysis, that is F minus R and F plus R. F minus R represent nucleophilic site, F plus R represent electrophilic site. Here the nucleophilic site is sulfur because they undergo oxidation, and F minus R is ethyl ester, the other part, because they undergo electrophilic, they undergo reduction part. As you can see, the distance between nucleophile and electrophile is less. In computational analysis or the DFT or the CV, we need the electron transfer to be rapid. As they don't have much difference in the areas, they can undergo rapid electron transfer. Hence, we have confirmed the ester modification and we have went with the computational analysis and CV/DPD. As you can see in that structure, when we check for the CV analysis, the red peak, we don't get any caffeic acid. That is only for supporting electrolyte. When I put a Bayer electrode and check for a caffeic acid, I got only little peak. But for the same solution, when I used the ester, I got a very enlarged peak. That is the indication our organic molecule is supporting more in the electron transfer. And that was confirmed with the help of scan rate. We all know that as the scan rate increases, your peak potential should also increase. And the linearity proves that it is a diffusion coefficient and it is a quasi-reversible reaction. These two properties are very important for ester or organic molecule to be a good modifier. And one more important criteria is concentration. As we know that concentration is directly proportional to current. If the current increases, the concentration also increases.
Come to the conclusion.
Yes. So overall what I have done is, we have focused mainly on organic molecule because that is where a novelty will come, because nobody has used pure ester for detection using analysis or a computational method. So I went for that and we have prepared that. By this we can tell that organic molecule can also have a potential to be a good modifier in the field of computational studies and electrochemical studies. And we have also checked for real sample analysis like coffee, tea, and now we are working on spices and other wine materials and etc. So by this what I can tell is, rather than going for a very complex preparation or a complex molecule, we can go with the simple molecules and we can explore the nature. Maybe in the future, we can give more preference to the organic molecules and explore them in the electrochemical sensing area. Thank you, sir.
You only did the DFT calculations?
For concentration, LOD, LOQ, repeatedly.
DFT.
DFT I have done, sir.
What software you use?
Sir, this PSLAM something, sir. My guide, he has a system.
B3 LYP is there.
Yes, sir. The system they mentioned it as that. So we use the.
Then I am asking general question.
Yes, sir.
What is the acceptable percentage of
Caffeic acid? Acceptable pattern is, it varies, sir, because today if you are taking one time coffee, then it is vary. If you are taking 4 to 5 times coffee, in general they tell you can take into your body just 2 to 3 mg of caffeic acid. That's it. If you consume more, that will interact with your metabolite. One main reason is when you eat some spicy things, you will have that gastric thing. That is because of presence of caffeic acid. Research has been going on in that pattern. Because when you eat that, it will not allow for the metabolism. Your immune system will come down. That is why doctor will also suggest not to drink coffee more time or to take spices in the more time. So detecting this is very important because from kids, everybody are consuming caffeic acid inside their body without knowing it.
Other biological effects pharmacological
of caffeic acid, sir, they have a property of anti-cancer. They can detect cancer. Like the positive thing is anti-cancer, inflammatory, everything is there. When you come with the negative part, if you let's say you're taking more caffeic acid, they get accumulated on your body parts and they don't get digested very easily. So in a day, if you're taking 4 to 5 times coffee and you're drinking it, first thing it will affect your stomach, then the intestine, then it can really turn into accumulation thing.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Next one.
Good afternoon, honorable present here. Myself, V. Lovan, Associate Professor, Sri Shanmugha College of Pharmacy, Sangagiri, Salem. Today we discuss about the topic drug discovery after sweets. What is meant by drug discovery means that is a process that finding and developing new drugs to treat and prevent the disease. Then 6. Trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. Introduction. Drug discovery is a complex, expensive and time-consuming. It is a major investment that include genomics and high throughput screening and preclinical research and clinical trials. That patent provides incentives to recover research and development expenditure. Then this that established minimum stands for intellectual property protection. Then a key challenge is balancing innovation with affordable access to medicine. Then background, TRIPS comes into force under the World Trade Framework, that is 1995. Pharmaceutical patents that generally receive a minimum 20-year term from filing. Then long development and regulatory timelines can reduce the effective commercial exclusivity. Then companies may explore drug repurposing and combination therapies and urban drug interactions. Then tricks that flexibilities include compulsory licensing and parallel importation. Then Doha Declaration emphasized then public health and access to medicine. Then literature review paper. Then objectives of this study: to understand the role of TRIPS in pharmaceutical patent protection, then examine the influence of patents on drug discovery investment, and to assess the effect of patent protection on access to medicine, to examine compulsory licensing and parallel importation, that is then to discuss the impact of Doha Declaration on public health, then to identify the challenges highlighted COVID-19, to suggest balance between innovation and incentive for affordable access. This is the objective of my studies. Then research methodology. The study design is descriptive and narrative literature review. Then sources: scientific literature and World Trade Organization and TRIPS document. Then publications on pharmaceutical patent and access to medicines. Then key areas, that is the patent and drug discovery. Then the research and the development investment. Then the TRIPS flexibilities. Then compulsory licensing and the Doha Declaration and the COVID-19. Then analysis means that include qualitative synthesis and comparison of published literature. Then that is a focus on a relationship between intellectual property protection and innovation and public health. That is a key finding. The patent protection can encourage pharmaceutical and research development and innovation. The strong patent protection may also
This is research study or case study?
review studies, small studies. Strong patent protection may also create barriers to affordable access. Then TRIPS flexibilities can provide mechanisms to address the public health needs. Then COVID-19 incentivized and the debate over intellectual property, vaccine protection and equitable access. Then literature supports that balanced approach between innovation and public health. That result, then innovation, that patent support investment and in drug delivery. Then access to patent exclusivity and may provide contribute to affordability challenges. Then flexibilities, compulsory licensing and parallel importation to support access. Then COVID-19, that is a pandemic experience, highlighted the importance of global access to health technologies. Then overall result, that is innovation and access to need addressed together. Then conclusion, that TRIPS that has important role in patent, pharmaceutical intellectual property and supporting innovation. Then Doha Declaration, that is refunded ability to use TRIPS flexibilities for public health also. Then sustainable drug delivery system, that is balance among the innovation and investment and access. Then implications that include a responsible use of TRIPS and flexibilities, technology transfer and research and development partnership. Then affordable essential medicines
and that include international cooperations. This is my reference.
This is just a review study, no? Fine. Tell me about more about the Doha Declaration. Key points of Doha Declaration.
So that is used to protect the public health.
Then the TRIPS also involved.
That is international agreement that is comes under the World Trade Organization that sets the standard for protecting the intellectual property rights among the members of countries.
What about the reproducibility? If I made some chemical compound, I will make a patent. I will do the biological activity and make a patent. But again, that alternative is also evaluated. No? If any result discrimination comes, means how will it handle? Will not get the point. I made a patent. I synthesized some chemical compound. I will make the patent. If alternative, whatever the examination is next, in that case, results come negative. However,
That is not applicable.
not applicable. Fine.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
They're sharing it. मुझे कनेक्ट करिए straight.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gaurangi Prashant Dave, and I'm doing PhD in St. Joseph's University. I'm going to present my research entitled Modeling and In Silico Screening of Pyrazolene Derivatives as Potential Anti-Inflammatory Agents. So yes, why only pyrazolenes are selected? Pyrazolene is this model or the moiety is present in many of the drugs in anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, antibiotics, antifungal, many. So to synthesize these pyrazolene derivatives, we have
one drug.
Do?
You have to specify one drug.
Okay. For anti-inflammatory, there is phenylbutazone. Okay. So in we have used charcoal and the precursor to synthesize this pyrazolene scaffold, And to bridge between the biological, that is in vivo studies, we have done the molecular docking also is performed. So what were the challenges in research approach? This always selective cost inhibition is always a challenge. So existing inhibitors, whatever is there, they will lack some of the specificity. And new scaffolds that improve activity is also are needed. So what we have done is, we have synthesized charcoal, and after cyclization of charcoal in precurses, we have added a pyrazole and moiety. Structural isolation was performed, and evaluation of COX inhibition potential through in silico docking studies. So this is a synthetic methodology. The aldehyde we have fixed, that is fumaraldehyde, and we have taken different substituted acetophenols. We have added a charcoal, and using the charcoal in presence of hydrazine hydrate and carboxylic acid, substituted carboxylic acid, we have derived the pyrazole and derivatives. So this is the one representative I am just putting up for the pyrazole and derivatives. This is N-formyl pyrazole derivative with bearing methoxyphenyl substitution.
You quickly tell me the starting material for this molecule. How do you synthesize this one?
This one. We have to take a methoxy charcoal, methoxy substituted charcoal, where aldehyde is a fixed. We take hydrazine hydrate and any carboxylic acid. In case of this, we have taken formic acid. So formic acid, we have added a pyrazole derivative. So we have also performed the molecular docking studies. I have just shown here the two best docking studies which we have got. The first one is again the formyl substitution with amino phenyl substituted, which gave around minus 8.9 kilocalories per mole, and the interactions were hydrogen bond, amide pi stack and pi alkene interactions. And the second one, which is much better, which is the highest one which we got, is minus 9.1 kilocalories per mole. This is our docking, the derivative is giving a better binding affinity and better interactions as compared to the original ligand which is present in the COX-2. So that's a proof, but this is not just enough. We have to perform the biological activity.
Ligand or drug?
Ligand.
The COX inhibition.
Yeah, ligand we have it.
Next slide.
Yeah. We have also done ADME and toxicity prediction. ADME prediction was done using Swiss ADME. The compounds showed high GI absorption. All pyrazole derivatives they adhere to the Lipinski rule of 5. They displayed all blood-brain permeability, and optimal bioavailability score, which is required, actually 0.5 is shown. And toxicity prediction, most of the compounds fell into toxicity class 4. Low acute toxicity was predicted, that is, LA50 value was ranging from 1500 to 2000 mg per kg. Hepatotoxicity and carcinogenicity was showing active, but nephrotoxicity, cardiotoxicity and mutagenicity was inactive. We are not neglecting it, we are still working on the which have shown the active part. So coming to the key findings and conclusion, we have seen that pyrazole derivatives were successfully explored. We have done the synthesis and characterization. Docking also showed favorable accommodation within the COX-2 active binding site with favorable ligand interactions. There was consistent hydrogen bond interactions, pi stat, pi sigma. Actually the original ligand which was there, it did not show hydrogen bonding interactions. But our ligand showed hydrogen bonding interactions. ADME predictions was also up to date, and most compounds they fell into toxicity class 4, which is good for the go further with to say that it is a red compound. So we can go further for the biological studies. Yes, thank you.
Which software you used for docking study?
Autodock. Yeah.
If you do the autodock, I will use different software.
Correct.
If results coming go same.
I have actually see our college does not support for the ones.
Talking about general thing.
Yeah, I have done it in Autodock Vina and Pyrex also. Both are giving me same.
Yes.
How about ADME analysis?
ADME, I have just used Swiss ADME. And there's one more, I forgot the name, starting with C actually. I had C or M something. I have seen it in one research paper. I had tried on that also, it was giving the same.
Same.
Yeah.
Others also is there. ADME lab.
Correct. Yeah, but this was the most widely used, so
fine, no problem. How is about your patent work?
patent we are just still working because we are left with biological studies to be done. So after biological studies, if it complies with our molecular docking, we can go ahead.
This whatever you using software, that is buy to one or free versions.
These are all free versions.
You cannot.
The patented, yeah, that's all.
That's the drawback.
Yeah.
Okay. All the
Yes. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of the management organizing committee, I sincerely thank Dr. Basavarajaya for taking the time to judge the research presentations, for sharing the valuable observations and constructive feedback. Thank you, sir. And thank you all for your wonderful presentations.
Thank you, ma'am, for ably moderating the session, and sincere appreciation to all the paper presenters for sharing their research, ideas and insights with us. We will be shortly proceeding to the next technical session of the conference. Kindly wait.
ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್
ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆಯಾ
ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಬಂದು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡೇಷನ್
ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್
ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಸೇಮ್
women's rights, property law, media law, consumer rights, and environmental law. She is also actively involved in research supervision and has successfully guided PhD scholars in their doctoral research. At the School of Law, Christ University, she serves in several academic and administrative capacities. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. We are truly honored to have you with us today. Ma'am, we look forward to your valuable insights and enriching session. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Over.
Very good evening, students. Very good evening to one and all present here.
Good evening.
And I know very well that this is a very hard time for the reason that it has started at 3:30 and it will not go on for a very long time. And as per my schedule, I have kept it as 1 hour. Let me see how it goes on. If the session is very interesting, let me move forward, or else let us have the interactive session as well. Fine? Yes. Coming to the point. It is my immense pleasure to be here at BML's College for Women, Postgraduate Studies and Research Center and ITSL, which organizes one-day international conference on intellectual property, rights and innovation ecosystem opportunities, as well as the challenges. As my first slide goes on with the cell phone, it speaks about how intellectual property rights and innovation ecosystem is very important when it comes to intellectual property rights. The reason is, we all know that there are certain things. When I have a property, I know very well that how to protect my property because it is a tangible one. Where we have many laws to protect my property, we have many legislations pertaining to that and many other things as well. So, when it comes to intellectual property, it is a thing where we speak in terms of protecting our creativity, invention as well as innovation. How are we going to protect our creativity, innovation and invention matters a lot. Yes? So, with this background, everyone have your cell phone with you now today? You have given your presentations? So, for the presentation, what you did not use matters. Why? Because we come across ChatGPT, we come across Google, we go on a Gemini, many other perspectives are there. So, your photo, see, I tell you that IP is not, intellectual property is not in the letters of law. IP is in the pockets. Why? Because you know very well that by using the photograph you click is nothing but it is the IPR property, that is intellectual property implication, as well as the intellectual property is that the song you have listened, that is also nothing but the intellectual property implication, and the YouTube video what you have watched, it is also nothing but it is intellectual property implication, and the design of your phone and the applications what you are going on with is nothing but it is the intellectual property application what we go on with. And see, when I speak in terms of intellectual property itself, it speaks about what? It speaks about patent, copyright, trademark. It also go on with geographical indication, trade secrets. So what not? So when I am using a particular cell phone, each cell phone, when I am using the phone, okay fine. This is a phone where it speaks about what? Here, when it comes to different phones, they have Play Store, App Store, many other things are there. So what is it? They have their own trade secrets which has to be maintained. So whether it is registered one or unregistered one, that matters a lot. So using a cell phone, see, it is the one where I have mentioned that, see, it is sitting quietly. It is not the one which is sitting quietly in your logbooks, but it is sitting in your pockets. Why I have highlighted this, Intellectual property is the one which protects the creativity as well as innovation and the invention of a person. But at present, we are in the age of digital era, where my creativity will reach the person globally where he is. It is not that it is only within the jurisdiction of India. It is outside the jurisdiction of India as well. So how are we going to protect it? In our nation, do we have laws pertaining to that? You know one thing? When it comes to criminal law also, we do not have any laws which protect a person when he has some of the offences out of criminal liability at present. But when the criminal law of the country itself is not speaking about the same, how do you protect the rights when it comes to intellectual property? That is the main question. See, when we compare, you people have made your presentation since morning. So, when you compare the system of intellectual property rights in India to that of other European nations, what is the outcome you have got? What is that you have studied also matters a lot. So we tell that European countries, they have their own laws, they have come up with their own laws, like how to deal with the deep fakes, many other concepts. But in India, are we coming up with the same? Is the question mark again? Yes? So with this, who owns creativity in the digital age? That is also one of the question. See, who owns? Let us take a simple example. Suppose some of you want to create a beautiful digital painting. Okay, so you have created a digital painting, you have spent 3 days creating it, and the next morning you discover that, and you have left it in the, you have upload. You people have that ideology now. Whatever you do, it has to be in the social media. Now this Instagram. So you will post it in the Instagram. So what happens? The next morning you discover that the same thing has been taken by some clothing company and the same has been printed over 1,000 clothes. Yes? So now the question is that, listen, you will contact the company and also the company will tell you, you have posted it directly and publicly, anybody can use it. That is what is happening, right? Anybody can use the thing what you have posted. But the thing is that, would you accept the answer? You have posted something, you have created it by your own, posted it in Instagram, and someone has utilized that. Will you accept it? No. Why is that you not accept? Is it wrong? Is it wrong? And when anyone is utilizing your work, your creativity, do you think that it is a wrong thing? Yes, of course it is a wrong thing. Then how do you reject it? How do you appeal before the court of law? Or how do you tell that this is wrong or anything like that? Do you have any platform to go and tell the same issue that this is wrong or this is right? That is also one of the questions to be noted. So what happens is that, see, putting something in the internet means that you have given the world the permission. Is it so? No. You will never get the permission. If you are putting something in the internet, it means that you have certain creativity within you and nobody should utilize it. But the fact what is happening, the people will utilize it. So the very most important thing is that how far you are safe when it comes to social media. That is the thing. Why? You are in the age of digitalization. How are you going to utilize it? So what happens is that I am not the person to stand in one place and talk. That is the reason. Okay. So when it comes to creativity and many other things, listen, here, as I told you, just putting something, is it a thing what we look at? So publicly accessible does not mean that domain. This distinction is the one which is very important when it comes to. Okay. That is the thing to be noted. That is one of the important things. So, publicly accessible does not mean that you can utilize. And the main thing is that, see, it was very difficult at one point of time to copy a particular thing, where you need to take a print of it and take a copy of it, and everything was. Now, within a button, you can download the things. So, do you think that when it comes to open access materials, does they have any copyright or anything as such? Or when it comes to open access, it is left free so that you can copy and you can utilize the way you want? Is it so? That is also one of the questions to be taken into consideration. And the next thing is that when we speak in terms of technology versus law, the core tension, what law permits and what the law does not permit. Listen, see, you created it. Was it you? That is the question what we look at present perspective. Why? So when we speak about whether you created it or no, the main important aspect is that, see, can I copy it is the question. That is what, when I speak about can I copy it, the thing is that, listen, are you legally entitled to copy? When you speak in terms of, listen, can I copy it? You should think. See, for presenting it before any of the seminars, we copy the materials. That is very well known. When we are copying it, the sense is that whether it's okay, Liv. It's okay, Liv. It's okay. Bidi, bidi. Bidi, bidi. Okay, thank you so much. So, the main aspect is that are we really looking at what is copyright? So, you are downloading it, you are presenting it, you are copying it. How many of you are research scholars doing PhD? Fine. So, while doing PhD, you do go on with copying the materials, you do collect the materials. But what you do? You do acknowledge it. You do put it in the footnote. Footing is very important for the reason that it should not be violative of any of the Copyright Act. For the reason you do go on with. So you also go on with some open access materials, articles, where you can easily download it. So do you think that this open access materials are not copyrighted? Of course it will be done. But only thing is that to some extent, by acknowledging the same, you can copy it. That is the main important thing what we go on with. So what exactly is intellectual property? Next slide would give it. What exactly is the intellectual property? When it comes to intellectual property, listen, AI and the authorship question. See, when you create a beautiful futuristic Indian university, listen, you will give a prompt to the AI. Okay, you are going to give a prompt to the AI to create a beautiful futuristic Indian university where students are learning with AI. So, then second later, the machine produces a spectacular image. Who created it? Whether you created, AI, the programmer or the company? That is the question again. Now I'll give a prompt. Listen, while coming up with this for this session, even I went on with searching what may be better, because since morning you have come up with your presentation. Many of the intellectuals have given the presentation, so you know what is AI. Going on with the same may make you boring, or it may lead you to some other consequences where the same thing is repeated again and again. So what I did, what is suitable for a particular timings, that is the one I have got hold of. So that is one what I am presenting. But now, listen, giving the prompt to the AI where your university students learning with AI, you have created a beautiful Indian university now. Where? By giving the prompt to the AI. Now the question is, see, the machine produces a very good picture of the same, and you, the AI, the programmer or the company who created it. See, when it comes to a Copyright Act, Patent Act, or any of the other acts, it has its own pros and cons. Now when it comes to this, who is that? What if the AI was trained on millions of photographs or the paintings and the book which has been created by the human being? It also matters, right? How is it possible? I have given the prompt. Fine. Whether I will be a creator at some point of time, I may be the creator, but I don't know where I have given the prompt and where, see, the materials which the AI gives us, no, that is also what which has been created by some other person. So when it is like that, who is the original owner now? That is also a question mark which has not been decided by our Indian legislature. Okay, so what is this? Here, books, paintings which has been created by human being. Can AI learn from human creativity and also commercially produce new creativity without raising question about the rights of the original creator? So listen carefully. AI has not made intellectual property law irrelevant. Why? Because AI has made intellectual property law more important for the reason that it has become more important for the reason at the present era, nobody is sitting quiet only looking at the things like what? Trademark or copyright or even patent which are in books or any other things. We are in the age of digital era. For example, if I borrow a book from the library, okay, purchasing the book and also borrowing the book from the library, is it the same? If you want to purchase the book, you will purchase. If you want to give it to anyone, you will give it. You want to write on that book, if you want to mark it with a marker, you will do it when you purchase from outside. But when you are purchasing within the institution, when you are borrowing within the institution from the library, do you do the same thing? Not at all possible. Why is it? Because there are certain rules and regulations. Whatever the platform you go on with, see, nowadays you are looking at Instagrams where they are commercializing it. where they are utilizing it. See, listen, there is a company where it goes on with the industry where it goes on with the production of sarees, and the same name, same thing has been put in the Instagram. @, some other name has been given to it. So when we are looking at the two concepts, don't you think that the Instagram platform has been used for commercialization? Fine, you're using it for commercialization, you go on with the startups, many other things are done. But whether the platform is having the rules and regulations, or listen carefully, when you go on with the startups, that is what I am going further. When you're going on with the startups, what is the future of the present era? Listen, I have mentioned here the student startup, that is an IP portfolio, is disguised. How? See, for students who build an AI-based legal application over 2 years, see, an investor offers 5 crores. Now, AI application has been built based on which it is the one where the investor's lawyer asks, so now a person has come to invest 5 crore on the application what I have made. So based on this, he will be having his own advocacy, right? So yes, come with an advocate. So the advocate will ask, who is the owner, where is the brand, the third party code, disclosure, patentability, everything he asks about. At that point of time, how do you answer it? See, if you are taking, it is not that you are creating a startup or you have come up with a startup. No, you have created IP portfolio. That's all. You have not come up with any of the softwares or any other thing as such. See, listen, when we are coming up with any of the software, it should have certain creativity and ideology of us. So what we will do if we are coming up with a startup, we will organize in such a way that every idea has been authorized. But the thing is that when you take up the AI, no, it is the copied version. Nowhere you will pay and get it telling that it belongs to me. Maybe it may belong to the university where you study. Those are the things which plays a very important role when it comes to startups as well. Why? Because it is not that you are going on with offline platforms. You are coming up with online platforms. When you are in the online platforms, what required, what not required matters a lot. So while using the online platforms, what is that? Have you coming up with any of the application, any of the codes, any of the software? What is that you are coming up with? You have to explain everything, because the investment is nothing. 1 rupee or 2 rupee or 2 lakhs or 1 lakh. It is up to 5 crore. The investor will come to you. Then everything what he requires will require patentability, accountability. So is there the accountability and patentability? Why I have taken the startup is that nowadays each and every student after completion of the degree wants to go on with the startup online platform. So how they are going to utilize it? Do you have the idea that when I am starting the startup, what are the things I have to inculcate within myself? How to come up with the software? How to utilize the platform? What are the rules and regulations that I need to go on with? See, when it comes to copyright or patent or trademark, it is not that how we are going to use and later let me look into the legal issues. No, it is that while you are innovating itself, you should know the pros and cons of the same and then go on with the innovation. That is called your patent, yes, or copyright or anything as such. Yes. Then IP ecosystem. What is this IP ecosystem? As I told you before, listen carefully. See, you see one smartphone, the law sees several intellectual property layers simultaneously. As a layman, there is a difference between a layman and a lawman. What is a layman perspective? I am not telling that you are a layman, but when it comes to law, you only not know about what are the legal consequences, the issues, the pros and the cons. But the thing is, as a lawman, as an advocate, as a lawyer, if I look into the concept, what happens? I do look into this phone in several layers. As a doctor, okay, doctor will not look into me as a human being. He will look into something is wrong in this person. He is the one who identifies what is wrong in a particular person, right? Likewise, what happens? An advocate will look into that too when it comes to intellectual property rights. He will look into what are the important aspects of a particular cell phone there. So what are those? Whether patent is there, the underlying technology within that. What is that technology they have utilized with? Why the cell phones are so costly? You go on with when it comes to Apple, when it comes to Samsung. There are different areas, there are different financial aspects, economical aspects within that. So why is it? That is because the underlying technology. What is that? The hardware, components as well as the processors. When it comes to copyright, the software, operating system, as well as the application which is running the device also matters. And also when we speak about the trademark, the company name, the logo and the brand identity on the device. One cell phone does many other issues and concerns within that. So design, it is a trade secret. Each trade will have its own trade secret. For example, cooking. When it comes to cooking also, you may have observed that particular Dashini will prepare what is that? Any of the recipe which you can give? Chole bhatura. Okay, fine. So it will have different taste. And that is also one of the trade secret. Okay. And customer identities. There is a customer only for that chole bhatura. Fine. So why a person is towards the chole bhatura? What is that taste which matters? When you will not find in any other dashinis except XYZ. That also matters. So what happens? Here it is nothing but a trade secret is the one which matters a lot. Some of us are very much into this Apple iPhone that does everything. Why is it? Once you are used to this Apple or anything as such, you will not like to use any of the other Android phones. Why is it? Why? Because it is a trade secret. Yes, so certain trade secrets will never be revealed. So one product can contain multiple intellectual property rights. It is not that one person, one right, or one thing, one right. No, one particular instrument may have different intellectual property rights, and this is the one we call it as intellectual property ecosystem, where it includes patent, copyright, trademark, design, as well as the trade secrets. Sometimes it also includes what? Geographical indication as well. Okay. See, copyright, expression, not every idea. Listen, copyright, I think that, listen carefully. Now, I just want to start my business in online platform. Okay. The other person also will think the same way. He also wants to go on with starting online business platform. I cannot restrict in going on with the same, but it is my expression, my idea which matters. I can copyright my thing. It is not that telling I'm going on with online platform, I cannot curtail any other person from going on with the same. So what happens? See, the Indian Copyright Act protects literary, dramatic, musical, artistic work, cinematography films, as well as sound recording. So what is the fundamental principle there? Copyright protects expression, but not every idea. See, every idea of mine is protected, then what about the future innovation? Nothing will be possible. So what happens? What is my expression? How am I getting the consumers? How am I going on with the consumer protection, customer protection? All these matters a lot. So what copyright does not mean? It does not mean that educational purpose that is not equal to atomic immunity, and public posted free to use what? Commercially. So what happens when we speak in terms of copyright expression? No, section 62 of Copyright Act contains specific statutory exceptions which tell that these are precise and conditional, not a blanket. It is for the fair use of defense. Indian law requires careful analysis of each circumstances, which means that, listen, fair use. What is the meaning of this fair use? For example, being a PhD student, you will be going on with using certain articles, journals. Also in Shod Ganga, you will be using the research theses as well. So how are you going to utilize it? Fair use in the sense, you know very well that for your research, what is required at the particular point of time? Utilize that, create your own ideology, come up with your own expression, and provide what is required for the present generation. That is called the fair use. It is not that what you have taken into consideration producing the same. No, that is not the thing. That is considered to be piracy. Yes, so if you are reading some materials, it is not that we don't read any material. It is not that we get knowledge of by ourselves. We get knowledge how? We get knowledge by reading what is present, what is past. How is present and past known? By reading the journals, by reading the materials. But are you looking at the same, downloading the same and presenting that you are the author of the same? No, not at all possible. So that is considered to be the fair use. But in India, what is fair use has become a question mark again. when it comes to fair use, whether people are utilizing the same, whether they are telling that yes, this is considered to be fair use. No, we have to come up with a definition of what is fair use as well, which has not been done at present. Yes. So, AI and copyright, 3 situations I have given. Listen, how much human creativity is necessary for legal protection? See, what is the creativity of human being? How much of creativity is required? At present, for even a particular presentation or for even what inaugural speech or even for vote of thanks, we just give a prompt and tuck, it will give you the speech. So you'll come read it, done. So what is the percentage of creativity which is required by human being to go on with the presentation? That matters a lot, right? So I have come up with 3 situations. Situation 1 tells that human creates everything independently, and what is that? And clear human authorship is there. Human uses AI as a tool but exercises substantial creativity and also control throughout. Human gives one short prompt, AI independently generates the final output. Now the first one is purely it is done by human thing. The second one is human uses AI as a tool but not the whole and soul. But the third one tells that just one short prompt is enough to get the whole thing to be done. Now the analysis depends on applicability, how particular person utilizes it, the nature of the work, the degree of human contribution, the contractual terms and other facts. So there is no single universal answer to this. How much a person comes up with, sometimes you just make a realization of it. I will create my own article by my own words, by my own creativity, okay, and give it for what? Plagiarism test. What will happen? You will come up with telling that 65% to 70% of it has been plagiarized, even though it is my creativity. But when we utilize what is the ChatGPT, Gemini and many other things and give a prompt, it will show 35 to 40% of plagiarism. So where is the clarity when it comes to the PhD scholars? Where is the clarity when it comes to the research paper? Where is the clarity when it comes to Scopus publications? So that is also one of the question mark where it need to be addressed when it comes to Indian scenario. That has not been addressed yet. Why? Because when it is a situation where we give a prompt and we will get exact answer, but where is the creativity here? What is the percentage of creativity we are using? The first one is so human creativity. The second one, 50% of human and 50% of the tool what we are looking at. The third one is more than 99% it is only AI. So it is left to the particular institution, how they take it, how they consider it. That is the matter which should be taken into consideration. Yes, the next one. See, what is that? 3-way policy conflict in AI training. All 3 must be balanced. What is that which should be balanced? Situation 1, situation 2 as well as situation 3. All the 3 things should be balanced. How are you going to balance it? See, the creator interest, the innovator interest, public interest. Listen carefully, creative interest is that creator, it is nothing but it deserves recognition and also compensation. When I create something, I also require recognition for what I have done. But if my work has been utilized, for example, I have created, my work has been patented, but I have nowhere utilized it. I have to give it to a particular industry. How am I going to utilize it? For example, I have created a particular thing which is very much required for a particular industry. So, will I give it free of cost? No. I should be recognized for the thing what I have done. Yes or no? So, how is it done? Innovation interest. AI developers need data access to build useful technologies. So, I cannot maintain my trade secret telling that I will not give my work to anyone. At least at the end it should be utilized or useful to anyone. How is it? And also the public interest. How the society will utilize the same. For that I have the best example. Listen. When it comes to patent, not every idea is an innovation. Please move further. So, see, section 3K and computer related inventions. I come up with a very good example of how this public interest as well as the innovator's interest and the inventor's interest, everything will be considered. So, with this, the exclusion is that section 3K of the Patent Act excludes a mathematical or even the biological, what is that? business method, a computer program per se, or algorithm. So the sophisticated analysis is that the legal question is whether the claimed invention provides an eligible technical solution. What is the technical solution we are getting at present? Intellectual property rights. So if we question that, in India we have come up with the CRI guidelines, especially for the IP protection, where it speaks about artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, blockchain, as well as quantum computing. So the IP strategy must always look into, see, before publicity, you want to show your ideologies, you want to show your creativity in the what? Social media. So before coming before the social media, what is that you need to do? What a particular platform rules and regulations are. Understand when it comes to Facebook, when it comes to Instagram, when it comes to LinkedIn. Okay, so some of you are professors here where you will be in LinkedIn. So what is the platform speaking about? How the rules and regulations are in a particular way, because we don't have any particular law regarding the same. Why? Because section, what are the exclusions, it is totally mentioning. Okay, the business thing also it is mentioning, the mathematical exclusion also it is mentioning, mathematical as well as the business methods. Section 3K does not take all this into consideration according to the Patent Act. When that is so, how are you protecting your business then? How are you coming up with a business enhancement then? You have to go on with the platform. When it comes to your Instagram, when it comes to your Facebook, when it comes to your WhatsApp, what is a particular platform for and how it is utilized. In your WhatsApp, you can come up with what? Transferring the amount as well. What are the rules and regulations of the same? If my amount is once transferred and if it is not reaching the person to whom it wants to reach, then whom can I contact? You know, when it comes to Google Pay or even the phone pay, what we utilize, no? If your amount has been transferred and it has not reached any other person, whom will you contact?
Customer support.
Customer support. So which customer support?
We have a helpline bottom between the transaction. Whichever is happened, we can raise a query.
Is it?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, fine. So now from State Bank of India, you are transferring the amount to some South Indian Bank or any other bank. Okay. Now it has been stuck up. Fine. Now it is showing as processing. Amount has been deducted, but it has not reached the person. Whom you will call? You will call the SBI customer care. They will tell it is not at all our work. You will call South Indian Bank. They will tell it is not at all our work. But there will be some customer care number which is privatized totally, where they are not. Have you seen the guidelines of it? It does not take up all the things of mathematical as well as business. That is what I am telling you. Nowhere the legislation will consider what is the accountability of the same. Nowhere they consider. Then once the amount is gone, it is gone. You will get the amount if it is genuine in nature or anything as such. But do you have any authoritative, what to tell you, legislation pertaining to that? Rules and regulations pertaining to that? No. Customer care is only thing. So in the country like India, where we are having legislations, where we are having rules, regulations and policies for everything, do you think that customer care alone will work? No. We need legislations pertaining to the same. Not at all possible. You will get it. Fine. Are you satisfied with the customer care itself? Do you think that there is no need of legislation for the same? There is nothing. The Patent Act says that there is no such mathematical or business which is available, that is totally excluded from that. So what happens here? A student who publishes complete technical details on LinkedIn before filing may have seriously what? What is that? Compressed patentability. In the sense, what do you mean by that? Compressed patentability is nothing but, when you look at the concept, section 10 requires full disclosure in exchange for legally recognized exclusivity. So when you have already published complete technical details without adhering to the rules and regulations of what is Patent Act, what happens? It is a serious threat on you for the reason anyone can utilize it. But the question is that, so once you have produced your work, is it not worthful of what you are doing? So the next question is that, listen, whether the patent should be registered or even the unregistered one also can take into account. Yes, Even the patent, if it is not registered also, we can have our patent, we can have the safety of our work, what has been done. So there are many other rules and regulations pertaining to the same. See, trademarks, that is commercial identity in the digital age. As we come to know trademark as a commercial identity, listen, you build a legal genius AI where it tells that you spend 10 lakh on it, create a logo and launch on Instagram. This is what all are doing at present. But are they protecting their right matters a lot. So they discover someone already, see, they have discovered someone who has already have a hold on it. Now you tell that we have discovered something. Invention is totally different from that of discovering. Okay. So what happens here? You discover someone already who has done, the person who has already done, you will tell that, no, I also have a same idea. And you go on with producing the same thing. So what happens? Trademark is the one which speaks about the commercial identity. Commercial identity in the sense, now what was there in your research has come to the commercial field. It is no more a research now. It is commercialized. So when you leave it for commercialization, it becomes your duty to look at whether when I left it for commercialization, am I adhering to all the software system which is very much required. Otherwise, what happens, though you have spent so much of money on it, it is nothing but it is waste of money. Why? Because your idea has been already patented by someone else. So without looking at it, without making a research on what has been patented, if you go on with the work, it is nothing but it is way off. As well as we are also talking about passing off, which still applies. Listen carefully. Trademark is nothing but commercial identity. Now what happens if your idea, without registering, if you leave it to the social media platform, it can be utilized by anyone else, provided you have to get it registered. But there is one more way for protecting our work. How is it? It is nothing but the passing off. Passing off is the one which still applies. It is through the goodwill. Where, listen, for example, I told you my Darshini is earning too much of money now. So the same thing has been copied by some other person online. Now he has posted the same name in the online Instagram page and now he has started earning. So when I go before any of the, justice providing system, what happens? It will look at first as to whether the goodwill of a particular Darshini is there. So based on the goodwill, I can protect my copyright or patent. That is also very important. The trademark of my company can be protected when the trademark of my hotel, the trademark of any other thing can be protected out of this passing off. It is not that always I need to get it registered. Unregistered also, out of goodwill, I can have the trademark of the same. Yes. Design right, trade secrets and the patent or secret questions. Listen, what is design rights? When a competitor copies the visual appearance of your product, not its technical function. Listen, what is design? We speak about, when we speak in terms of intellectual property rights, we also speak about copyright, trademark, design and many other concepts, right? So based on this, what is design right? Design right is nothing but, for example, you are finding the chair, you are sitting on the chair. The same design, you will have the protection, you can register that and the design will be protected. But you will not be protected for the work of that thing. How? See, the design is that only by looking at the design, I will give this design will be protected. But this design is not foldable one. But at the same time, I have made a design where it is foldable in nature. So when I speak about the design, I am speaking only about the exterior content of it, exterior shape of it. But I am nowhere worried about whether it is automatic, whether it is foldable or anything as such. That is not the one what I am worrying about. That is what it speaks. So the trade secret is what? The valuable algorithm need not be patented. Confidentiality may be what? Strategically superior. What is that which is strategically superior? Listen carefully. Trade secrets. Sometimes what happens, you will always register your trade secret. When you register the trade secret, what happens? You will be free. You will tell that anyway my trade secret has been registered, nobody can utilize it for a particular period of time. But there are certain concepts where the trade secrets need not be registered, provided the employees are provided with what? the limitations that what the employees are supposed to be what kept as a trade secret, in the sense they need not disclose it to anyone else. So once it is disclosed, and if any other person comes to know the trade secret, then he can utilize the way he want. That is also one of the aspect of trade secret. Move further. As we are getting shortage of time, just I'll go on with this geographical indication as well as the traditional knowledge, and you can go on to the last slide. Okay. Yes, geographical indication and the traditional knowledge what we are speaking. Listen carefully. Geographical indication, Kanchipuram sarees, Mysore silk sarees, yes, Darjeeling tea, all these are nothing but where it recognizes the speciality of a particular geographical area. Now listen carefully. Now I want to make a business. The people in that particular area who are growing Darjeeling tea, they don't know how to go on with. They are selling it to the customers who are within that place. So they don't know how the trade secret goes on with. They don't know how to utilize this geographical indication. What I do is that I go to a particular place. I start with telling that it is a Darjeeling tea and it has its own pros and cons, and it is what it is a very good tea product, and I will also make a very good advertisement out of it, and I will utilize it. So when it comes to my ethical judgment, is it right to do on my part the same thing? Why? Because it is a traditional knowledge. Okay, I have utilized the traditional knowledge which was not known to the people there, but I am utilizing it and I am earning out of it. So when I am earning out of it, what is that when it comes to geographical indication and the traditional knowledge? Whether the traditional knowledge what I have come up with, if I utilize and if I am commercializing it, what is that I have to pay to the person? One thing is that I have to make it as a co-party. Otherwise, I have to provide him the compensation what has to be retained. So those things are provided when it comes to our copyright, trademark as well as the patent. Yes. So listen students, when it comes to the startup audit, at the present digital age, what is very important? So we are moving on with the era of digitalization where each and every commercialization takes place in the online field. For the same thing, what are very important? Who wrote it? That is nothing but the software. Who did it? If I am utilizing the software, it is not that I am the owner of the same. Who utilized it? Why? Because all these things together is very much applicable to go on with any of the startups or anything as such. So whether it is software, data, where did it come from? Where have I taken the data? AI tools. What was used as a AI tool? And also brand. Is the name available before I am using it, as well as the invention? Is anything patentable here? When I am using, if I do not patent my thing, for example, you will come up with Rameshwaram Cafe. Keeping the name Rameshwaram Cafe, if I go on with, my name has to be patented, right? My design, my work has to be patented. So whether patent is required or else confidential information, what must remain secret, whether that secrecy should be registered or else my employees should be kept certain rules and regulations that they'll maintain the secret out of it. Open sources, what license applied? When I'm utilizing the open sources, what is that which is applicable, as well as the contract, who owns the intellectual property and university policy. Does institutional policy affect the ownership? All these 9 things are very important. Maybe you go on with startups, maybe you go on with any of the fields, you go on with your research as well. All these things are very important. If you are going on with research, when it comes to intellectual property rights, then these 9 things should be kept in mind before utilizing any of the work you need. Yes, go on further. The university as an innovation ecosystem. Listen carefully. We as an institution, we go on with a research perspective. Yes, whatever we do as a PhD scholar or the post-graduation scholar, it is nothing but the research where it happens in the laboratories. The same thing, you will identify the intellectual property within that, access novelty as well as the ownership over it. And the next thing is that you will also, in order to protect your ownership, you will register it in your intellectual property. Then for the same, you will get the license, and then when you get the license, ethics enable external partners. See, if you get patent, if you get copyright, that is not enough. You have to utilize it, right? You will commercialize it. You will make the other person as a party, and you will give your work, your idea, your creativity to that person, your expression to that person. Then from research, it moves on to the commercialization scale. Okay, better you come to the last slide now. I came up with a case study. The thing is that it takes a lot of time. So let me sum up with this. Listen, IP intelligence, the final message as a faculty is that do not ask only what can I create. The thing what will be running in the minds of the youngsters is that what can I do? What startup I can go on with? How can I earn money? That is the only question. But you should also look at what can I legally use. Yes, it is not that what can I use, what can I protect. No, listen, what can I create is totally different perspective. You can create later, but first thing is that how are you going to legally utilize it? How can you commercialize it, as well as how can you innovate without violating somebody's rules and regulations, somebody's else right? That also matters a lot. Why? See, at present everyone are very much into making money. But before making money, I should know whether it is a legal one or illegal one, right? At the same concept, what can I protect? See, whether the startup, whether the business I'm entering into, is it protectable one? Is it legal one? That is the question what we need to pose. And what can I commercialize? Can it be commercialized? And also the question is that how can I innovate without violating someone else's right? These are the three things where you need to concentrate. And the real challenge is that how do we protect innovation without preventing the next innovation? I don't want to go on with the innovation without preventing the next innovation on the field, what I'm going on with. How can I go on with the innovation perspective? So IP law lives between private right as well as the public interest, between technology and the humanity. So whatever the law we are into, whatever the business we are into, whatever the education we are into, the main thing is that the technology as well as the humanity plays a very important role when it comes to the age of digitalization. Yes. With this, I think I've covered a bit of what is intellectual property right without going in depth into the legal framework, and I hope I've made myself clear with some of the points. Thank you very much for the institution for providing me an opportunity to be here and to provide and to tell my views on what is IPR. Why? Because at the age of digital era, all are concentrating on startups and many other perspectives, and I thought this may give you some of the hints as to how to go on with those startups, that too when it comes to what online platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that insightful session. Your presentation has given us valuable perspectives on the challenges of protecting ideas and intellectual creations in this digital era. Thank you once again, ma'am. With this, we have come to the end of all the technical sessions of the conference. The valedictory will begin shortly. I also have an announcement for all the participants. The QR code for the feedback form has been shared in the WhatsApp group, and it's also stuck, the picture is stuck near the room number 117. You have to fill the form in order to receive your certificate. And please remain seated for the valedictory.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. Okay, ma'am, what other? YouTube live stream.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. We have now arrived at the concluding segment of today's conference. The conference has brought us together diverse academic perspectives on intellectual property rights, research and innovation, creating a valuable platform for knowledge sharing and discussion. It gives me an immense pleasure to extend a warm and gracious welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries gathered here for the valedictory. We are honored to have with us our distinguished guest, Chief Guest, Dr. L. Ravi Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, BMS University. To formally welcome our Chief Guest and introduce him to the gathering, I invite Dr. Bhuvaneshwari E., Dean Academics, BMS College for Women, to deliver the welcome address and introduction of the Chief Guest. Ma'am, I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Good evening to one and all. It's my privilege and pleasure to extend a very warm and cordial welcome to all distinguished dignitaries, guests, faculty members, research scholars, students and participants gathered here for the valedictory ceremony of one-day international conference on intellectual property rights and innovation ecosystems, opportunities, challenges and future directions, organized by the Department of Postgraduation Studies, Research Centers and the IPR Cell. Firstly, in absentia, I place my gratitude to management whose continuous encouragement strengthened our institution's commitment to academic excellence, research and innovation. It is indeed an honor to welcome our Chief Guest and valedictory speaker, Dr. L. Ravi Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, BMS University, Bangalore. Dr. Ravi Kumar L. holds a PhD from IIT Kharagpur in structural dynamics and aerospace engineering. He is a distinguished academician, researcher and administrator with over 3 decades of experience in higher education, academic leadership, research and institutional development. He has served as professor and vice principal of BMS College of Engineering and has made a significant contributions to academic administration, curriculum development, outcome-based education, accreditation, and industry-academic collaboration. His contributions to research and innovation are equally commendable, with 3 granted patents, several sponsored research projects, numerous journal publications, and international conference presentations. He has demonstrated a strong commitment to advancing knowledge and translating research into meaningful outcomes. His leadership in coordinating technical education quality improvement programs 2 and 3 involving projects of approximately Rs 45 crores reflects his exceptional abilities to strategic planning, institutional development and academic administration. Sir's experience as a member and chairperson of various board of studies, academic councils, board of governance and board of examiners further reflects his deep engagement with higher education and quality enhancement. Sir, your expertise and experience perfectly complement the theme of our conference. Intellectual property rights and innovations are central to transforming ideas, research and creativity into sustainable solutions and societal progress. Your rich experience in research, patents, institutional development and academic leadership will certainly provide us with valuable insights and inspiration. On behalf of BMS College for Women, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. We are also honored by the presence of our respected principal, Dr. Raghukumara N., whose academic leadership and encouragement have been instrumental in promoting a vibrant research and learning environment at BMS College for Women. Welcome you, sir. I take this opportunity to welcome our Controller of Examination, Dr. Vaishali B.M., Conference Convener, Dr. Divya Kumble, and all the members of the organizing committee whose dedicated efforts have contributed to the successful conduct of this conference. A special and warm welcome to all the HODs, faculty members, students, and resource persons, delegates, researchers, academicians, participants who have joined us in person and through the hybrid mode. Your active participation, scholarly contributions, and meaningful interactions have enriched the intellectual environment of this conference. The theme of this conference is both timely and significant. Intellectual property rights are no longer confined to legal and academic discussions. They are an essential component of innovation, entrepreneurship, research, and economic development. The discussions held today have provided valuable perspectives on protecting creativity, encouraging innovation, strengthening research ecosystems, and transforming knowledge into meaningful societal outcomes. As we arrive at the valedictory section, we can look back with satisfaction at a day filled with insightful deliberations, knowledge sharing, and academic engagement. I am confident that the ideas and perspectives exchanged today will inspire further research, innovation, and collaboration among our participants. Once again, on behalf of BMS College for Women, I extend a very warm welcome to each and everyone present here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that warm welcome and introduction. I welcome you as well to this valedictory. A successful conference is the result of collective effort, careful planning, and enthusiastic participation. As we look back at the day's proceedings, we now have an opportunity to revisit the important sessions, discussions, and academic engagements that shaped this conference. I invite Dr. Azmat Rukhsana, Assistant Professor, PG Department of Commerce, to present the conference report. May I have question?
Good evening to everyone present here. It gives me immense pleasure and pride to present the report of the one-day international conference on intellectual property rights and innovation ecosystems, opportunities, challenges and future directions, organized by Postgraduate Studies and Research Centers and IPR Cell of BMS College for Women in collaboration with Dr. Manmohan Singh, Bengaluru City University on 25th August 2026 at BSN Hall. The conference was conducted in hybrid mode. The conference brought together diverse academic disciplines and interdisciplinary platform for academicians, researchers, industry experts and students to deliberate on a broad intellectual property framework. The academic program commenced with registration, followed by the inauguration and keynote address delivered by Professor Dr. T. Ramakrishna, former chairperson MHRD, DP IIT Chair on IPR, National Law School of India University, Bengaluru, and distinguished visiting professor of eminent universities across India. The keynote address provided an important academic foundation for the conference and set the context for meaningful deliberations on intellectual property and innovation ecosystems. Our respected principal, Dr. Raghukumara N., graciously introduced the keynote speaker and extended a warm welcome to the distinguished gathering. The conference featured a series of specialized technical sessions delivered by eminent experts from academia, research and industry. The first technical session, titled Beyond the Patent, Navigating New IP Frontiers and Strategy for Collaborative Innovation, was delivered by Dr. Vijay Singh, IP Manager and Licensing, IPTEL, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. The session focused on expanding dimensions of intellectual property beyond conventional patent protection and highlighted the strategic significance of IP in collaborative innovation. The second technical session, titled The Importance of Intellectual Property Rights in Advancing Battery Technologies, was delivered by Dr. Satya Mariappan, Research Scientist, National Center for Scientific Research, Collège de France, Paris. The session discussed different types of batteries, electrochemical energy storage, lithium-ion batteries and their applications. Technical session 3, titled Intellectual Property Rights, Protecting Ideas in the Digital Era, was delivered by Dr. Shilpa ML, Assistant Professor, Christ University, Bengaluru. The session addressed the growing importance of protecting intellectual creations in the context of the digital transformation and changing nature of innovation. The conference also provided a platform for research paper presentations, enabling participants to share their research findings and engage in academic exchange. The conference identified themes and sub-themes covering areas including chemistry and biological sciences, mathematics and computational sciences, commerce and management, interdisciplinary and policy dimensions of IPR. The conference received an encouraging response from academicians, researchers, research scholars, and postgraduate students. A total of 302 registrations were received for the conference. The academic response were further reflected in the submission of 207 abstracts across the different thematic areas of the conference. 88 abstracts from commerce and management, 67 from chemistry and biological sciences, 17 from mathematics and computational sciences, 35 from interdisciplinary and policy. The conference witnessed a commendable level of national and international participation from Germany and Malaysia and several states of India, including Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Bihar, Goa, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, Delhi and Kerala. The wide geographical representation significantly enriched the academic diversity of the conference. The conference stands as a significant academic initiative of BMS College for Women towards fostering a culture of innovation, research excellence, and intellectual property awareness and collaborative knowledge creation. It is hoped that the ideas and perspectives exchanged during the conference will inspire further research, meaningful collaborations, and innovative initiatives in the field of intellectual property. With this, I conclude the report of one-day international conference on intellectual property rights and innovation ecosystems, opportunities, challenges, and future directions. Thank you all for your patient listening.
Thank you ma'am for presenting the report and capturing the highlights of today's conference. The success of our academic conference is also reflected in the experiences and reflections of its participants. I would like to invite few participants to come forward to give their feedback on the conference. If you are willing to. Please.
Very good afternoon to the dignitaries on the dais. Good afternoon to all the academicians, faculty members, students, and all the teaching staffs and the members who are participating in this one-day conference. I am Dr. Chandrama Vasu. I am Associate Professor in the Department of Chemistry from Mount Carmel Deemed to be University. I would like to share my feedback on this extremely important topic and what BMS College is conducting today. So, I want to share my observation. So, the technical sessions were very informative and insightful. I personally had a very clear idea on the basics of the intellectual property rights, the patentability criteria, patent search, and the complete process of the filing patents in India and its connection with the abroad as well. The resource persons explained the complex concepts in a very simple and practical manner with real life examples and case studies. Also, it provided a comprehensive understanding of different types of IPR patents, copyrights, trademarks, designs. Being an academician in the field for the last 16 years, I realize that this is the high time that the lab research ideas and the works, whatever is happening in the research level, should upgrade to the patenting and innovation. And I congratulate and express my heartfelt thanks to the PG Studies and Research Center and the IPR cell of the BMS College for Women to organize such an insightful event. Last but not the least, I also want to thank the organizers and the college for the nice hospitality. Thank you, one and all.
Please, ma'am.
Very good evening, everyone. I'm Lavanya, Assistant Professor from Raman Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce. So firstly, from the theme IPR. So currently we can see in all the conferences we talk about sustainability and as such. This is one of the theme right now. It is really important, and that too in the age of AI, how do we protect our right and our idea, that is also very important. And also from the point of view of organizing committee until now, this is the first conference which has gone in time. So from morning to till now, this is on track only. So that is where I felt so happy for it. So thank you for the opportunity, even the hospitality and even the communication with all the organizers. It went well. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm audible enough. Yeah. So Today was quite informative and insightful. I am Halima Pankhania, a proud student of St. Anthony's College, and this international conference was indeed very insightful and informative. There are few of my juniors who have come, and it is their first presentation here, first conference, and they found it very useful and informative, especially beginning with the inaugural function. The chief guest talk was very informative, like they stated the real examples and real life situation, how it works. So that was quite informative. And to talk about all the three technical sessions, I think they were so clear and so insightful that nobody had any questions about it. So it was explained in such a beautiful way. So thanks to everybody, and also to the BMS College for Women's, the organizing team, from guiding us for the from guiding us to the registration desk, to all the rooms and organizing everything smoothly, plus the lunch arranged. Everything was fabulous. Organizing an international conference, that too in the College for Women's, is not an easy task. So a very huge congratulations to the BMS College for Women for organizing it very smoothly, and it has been a great journey. So thank you for this opportunity. And there's one thing I would like to tell: keep doing this more, and whenever you're doing it, please tell us in advance, because when we received this notification, it was hardly some 5 days ago, 5 to 7 days ago. So if we are knowing it earlier, like some 15 to 20 days ago, there will be more participation also, and the papers can be more elaborative. So that would be the last suggestion. And throughout the journey, it was quite insightful and impressive. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those valuable reflections. Due to shorter time, like we are moving forward. Your feedback is really important, and it would definitely help in making our future academic. So many.
That is more important.
Okay, right.
So that is more important than yeah.
Good evening, one and all. So I hope you can all hear here. So I just want to thank all the faculties here who have been it just went in a smooth way. And this is my third experience in inter-college competition for the paper presentation. I just felt that moreover we are learning from these presentations. It's all about the learning what we take from here, and also the experiences what we share through other people, other inter-college people, and it's nice to explore here. So I just want to thank all the faculties and dignitaries and all the fellow participants for just making us comfortable by just giving us the comfortness and the confidence, all that. So thank you.
Any online participants would like to give a feedback? If anybody else wants to share their feedback, please come forward. Any boys? All were women.
Yeah. Good, you made a mention of that. Specific mention of that. Good.
Thank you all. Again, we now come to a special moment of recognition and appreciation. As part of today's conference, participants presented their research through presentations. We are pleased to recognize and honor the winners for their outstanding presentations. I invite Dr. Sumangala N., Research Committee Convener and HOD Department of Microbiology, to announce the names of the prize winners. I would also like to request our dignitaries to kindly present the prizes to the winners. I request the winners to kindly come forward as their names are announced. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Respected VC sir, Dr. Ravi Kumar sir, Principal Dr. Raghu Kumar sir, and all the distinguished guests and delegates. It's my pleasure to announce the Best Presentation Awards of this international conference. So these awards recognize presentations that demonstrated outstanding quality in terms of originality, scientific contribution, innovation, and the potential to create a meaningful impact on society. The Best Presentation Award, now I am giving the list of Best Presentation Awards. So the Best Presentation Award in Commerce Offline category for faculty goes to Dr. Mamata D, HOD, Department of BBA, DMS College for Women.
Sir, okay.
The Best Presentation Award in the Commerce Offline category under Student category goes to Miss Rachana A, Surana College, Bengaluru.
YouTube live stream.
Sir, ready, sir?
The Best Presentation Award in Chemistry discipline under Offline category goes to the Research Scholar Surya Chaitanya S, NMIT Yelahanka, Bengaluru. The Best Presentation Award in Chemistry and Biological Sciences under Offline category goes to the student Meghna S, BMS College for Women. BSc Microbiology student, secondary student. Sorry. Best Presentation Award in Mathematics discipline under Offline category goes to the student P. Akshika and Shruti BM, St. Claret College, Bengaluru.
Sir,
एक्चुअल पाउडर को जाकर बैठा हाँ
ready, sir? Sir, thank you.
Best Presentation Award in Interdisciplinary category under Offline category goes to the student Halima Bai Pankania and Madhuri Srinivas from St. Anthony's College, Bengaluru.
Ready, sir? Madam? Thank you.
Thank you all. Those were the offline category presentation awards. Now I'm announcing the list of online best presentation awards. Under commerce discipline, under online category, it goes to the faculty Tejaswini M, Rohini S and Mini K Abraham from Surana College, Bengaluru. Commerce discipline under online category goes to the research scholars S. Nishkala and Dr. R. Rabika Begum, MOP Vaishnavi College for Women, Chennai. Commerce discipline under online category goes to the student Pranav BS and P. Mallikarjun, Sheshadripuram College, Bengaluru. Commerce discipline under online category for students goes to Mamati Shri, DV Ambika and Kirtana B, PSDR, Krishnamai College for Women, Tamil Nadu. Under discipline chemistry online category, it goes to the research scholar K. Sushma, Mangalore University, Mangaluru. Chemistry discipline under online category, it goes to the student Harshita H, St. Aloysius College, Mangaluru. Mathematics discipline under online category goes to the faculty Dr. Kumuda HR, Bharati College, Mandya. Under interdisciplinary discipline online category goes to the student Bhuvanesh H, Nrupatanga University, Bengaluru. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the prize winners. We also place on record our appreciation for every participant who presented their research and contributed to the academic spirit of the conference. We now have the privilege of listening to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. L. Ravi Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, BMS University. Sir, I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Very good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Maybe at 5 o'clock is very difficult to speak, I think. Okay. But it's a conference, it's a valedictory address. You have to bear your valuable time, few minutes. I won't take much time. So actually any conference begins with an inauguration and we have to conclude with a valedictory. This is a protocol of the conferences, correct? So as a part of that, the BMS College of Women has invited me as a chief guest for this valedictory function. So my sincere thanks to my friend Ravi Kumar sir, because he has invited me for this function to deliver a valedictory address. Yes, my sincere appreciation to few of my colleagues. So Madam Divya Kumble, the convener of this conference. Madam, hearty congratulations to you. And my sincere appreciation to Dr. Shubha M, IQAC coordinator of BMS College of Women for your efforts, and also Dr. Bhuvneshwari Madam, Dean Academics, BMS College of Women for their efforts. So now I starts with my important the agenda of this conference. So I observed 3 points when just the first one came and briefed about to the note of the day, correct? The report that I have briefed. The 3 uniqueness I have observed. The 3 diversities I have seen. The first, the diversity what I have seen, the paper presented from India as well as from the abroad. That is the one part I have seen. The second one, the coined your conference, the team is taken, there is intellectual property rights and innovation ecosystem, then it's an opportunity, then challenges and the future directions. You have taken n number of the phases of that. So there's another big challenge, putting all the things in a day and just when before coming I interacted with the principal sir. Sir has mentioned about we have nearly 350 delegates were participated both on offline and online. And nearly 160 papers presented in a day. It's a very challenging job after the inauguration. Accommodating 160 papers, both offline and online, is very difficult task. Because we have conducted a number of conferences at our place, that too in a day of keeping 160 papers is a challenging job. That too like a small college. Okay, if you have a big infrastructure, something, then we can accommodate. Because you have to keep the same digital infrastructure for all the students, it will be a difficult task. My sincere request to sir, maybe because what I've seen, we have done a good job. Then a number of presentations were happened. Okay, so So our students were benefited and faculty were benefited with a lot of presentations. In the next year, at least minimum 2 days conference you have to conduct. So 1 day is insufficient total. At least you plan, because one of the participants has suggested, sir, you have to advertisement should give, the protocol should happen 6 months before the conference. When you point an international conference, generally year program, okay, generally notifications. At least our type of colleges, at least minimum 3 months you have to keep. You have to invite the abstracts, you have to review the abstract, you have to approve the abstract. After acceptance, we have to call the paper, then we have to review the paper, then we have to give the acceptance, call the modified factor, then we have to make the volume of the paper. So these are protocol of the research paper. So at least next time, so you have done a good job this time. At least you have taken the abstract and you have made the compendium of the abstract. It's just I see that, but in future, so make a systematic plan, make a chair in advance, then call the papers and do better things. Okay, this is my observation. So respected dignitaries on the dais and the distinguished speakers of the conference today. So just sir has mentioned, the well-known the author, teacher, the morning they came and presented that's made the inaugural speech of this conference. So most of our friends have suggested and acknowledged that. Okay, particularly in IPR is the pioneer. You can say in the morning he has delivered his lecture. So most of our friends were so got some idea what to do in the future for that. Okay. So just my few important observations I'm going to share with you. The very first I would like to thank all the people of BMS Women's College, because few days back sir has called me and please have to come as a chief guest for the valedictory. Yes, I have accepted. So I'm sincerely thanks to you. So the title of the conference, okay, is IPR and Innovation Ecosystem, Opportunities, Challenges and Way Forward. Is organized by our own college, BMS Women's College. Congratulations team. Let me begin with my congratulating the management. Without their support we can't do this. My special appreciation to the principal, organizing committee, the faculty members, the research scholars, many research scholars are here, the students and all the participants for organizing such a timely and meaningful conference. Why I am putting this timely and meaningful conference for the day? The IPR is the world is very much required. Already we have done the research, but we have not protected our research properly. Okay, we have done lot of research, but we have not protected. So for that, this conference have a meaning. Okay, and also timely, because someone has mentioned in a day you have organized all the 160 paper in a neatly and timely manner, and also all the events has happened within that as per the time framework. So there is appreciation to you. My sincere thanks to the organizing committee. Okay. The theme of this conference is extremely relevant for the day to changing the economic and technological landscape of our country. So yes, we are doing many things about this. The government of India has initiated many schemes for this. Okay. So my sincere request to all my friends, students and as well as my colleagues, there are n number of schemes for that. Even if I put an application, I'll get back the fee, everything. Okay, the many schemes are available. Particularly for a woman, there is a fast track always. So if you put a one woman name in my application, instead of taking 2 years, my application, my patent will be awarded within 3 months or 4 months. The fast track provisions has made it in the IPO. I have good friends, they're attorney, because they're controller of this. I have few good friends at the IPO. Okay, so they're heading Hyderabad, they're heading at Delhi. So they are the controller of that. So this is my request. So if you put, there are n number of researchers, if you put one woman member in that, so I can get within 6 months 10 grants I can get, okay, without any efforts. Okay. So the thing is, the very important today knowledge, because we are all working for creativity, the technology and innovation have become most valuable resources for the individuals as well as for the institutions, and as well as for state and the nation, and also for our college. Okay. However, an idea becomes truly valuable only when protected, because our idea should be protected, developed, and translated into meaningful impact. This is where intellectual property rights or IPR play a crucial role. This type of lecture already given by my friends, right? In your presentation, most of the authors, maybe in the presentation of the abstract, they have placed these statements. Just I'm recalling the statements again and again. The IPR innovation have the two sides of some ecosystem. The innovation begins with idea. I will take it little fast. It may be scientific discovery, a technological solution, a new design, a creative work, a business model, or even a simple improvement to an existing process. Why I am talking this as a design engineer? I am a design engineer. So always we are using a model called Shigli model. The need statement. If the need statement is correct, then the problem statement will come. If your need is not clear for you, the problem statement won't arise. If the problem statement is very much clear, then I can do some analysis, proper analysis for the problem. When after the problem analysis, I can do some synthesis for it. So this will be maybe as exchangeable sometime. Okay. After synthesis, I can do some design level, important design. Then you can create something. What you are creating, no, that is your product, the end product. That should be appreciated by the society. Whatever you do now, it should be useful to the society. Don't do simply a research. Someone has to just changing the catalyst, it won't work. So whatever you do, it should be some creative model and useful to the society. We have to work for that. This is a requirement for the day. So IPR provides a legal framework. Why we have conducted this conference for this today? Okay, on this issue. Maybe the legal, maybe this professor from the National Institute School of Law has briefed about this. We have to protect our ideas. This is very important. If I done a design idea, I have to simply the next day I have to make a patent for that. It's called a design patent. Within few days I'll get the patent. Maybe application oriented IPRs may take some time because the review has to happen. It takes about 6 months, 1 year like that. Okay, because why I'm addressing all the things. When I was head of the R&D of BMS College of Engineering in 2016, that time what happened, about 10 to 15 patents. We have recruited one patent attorney in the college and we filed about nearly 20 applications. In between she left. Nearly about 15 applications were addressed less because already time was exhausted or almost they eliminated from the portal. Immediately I took the challenge of the day. Okay, as head of the R&D, first job what I did, I called all the researchers in the common podium and I have discussed what is your status of the application. Immediately I recruited one. I get connected with attorney. All the applications I reviewed. And we paid the fee, late fee, and we have everything we have done. So next to 6 months, we got 2 patents. So similarly, all the applications, resubmission we have made. So today, after because I worked as a head for 3 years. In 3 years, I got about 12 patents. Then we put nearly about 50 applications. Now the journey has continued. So nearly 100 patents we are granted at BMS College of Engineering. Why I am addressing this? The vision should be there for whichever the work you do. The vision should be there. Then only the vision will come. If you have a great vision, we can put some visions. Then things will work. My sincere request to all my friends, all my colleagues and student friends. So whatever you do with the vision. Suppose don't simply the namesake. Don't do the research for the namesake. For the current situation, you see the neighbor country like China. Because they're making good products in all aspects, they're patenting and getting they put maybe it may be an international patent or a national patent, but India patent have a value, as I observed in some of the forms. So someone is having UK patent, someone is having American patent, someone is an Australian patent. Sometimes we are not going to recognize some of the patents. Even Indian patents take more time and the rigorous evaluation process we have adopted in our country. I sincerely request all of you to put your ideas. Suppose you have some idea, just put it on the paper. Okay, patent, just apply for that. So you will get some preliminary approval you will get. So maybe you work on that. Maybe after a few years, so the product should come. It may be a TRL of 3 or a 4 or a 5. That you have to work. Okay, the technology transformation should happen. So we have to work for that. Suppose my application may be a TRL2. So maybe how to bring to the TRL5 or 6, that is more important. Okay, technology transformation level is more important. Then only the research funds will come. If your application for the product called for a TRL4 or a TRL5, if you are able to do the more the amount where the government of India has placed for you people, okay, they will do themselves. If so, ISRO will do, ISRO will give, because we have good friends at ISRO also. They used to tell always. Okay, so there is a special component, particularly for women, so that you have to explore more. So I want to see the next conference on IPR, the same IPR in the same place, in a big manner. That is very much required. So therefore, the innovation and IPR move together. These are the faces of the two coin. Okay, the both innovation and IPR. It is the faces of a coin. Both are very important. Innovation is more important. IPR is also more important. I may take a few minutes. Okay, I have prepared for you. Okay. The next, the India today stands for the exciting point in the innovation journey. So you are all observed that. So the universities and colleges have a particularly important role to play. This is a very important statement given by our Honorable Prime Minister. The educational institution should not be viewed merely about the places where the knowledge is transmitted. They must become a center of creativity. Please put your question yourself. Have you created a center of creativity in the place? Have you created a center for research? Have you created a center for entrepreneurship and innovation? Yes, sometimes we have all the three. What is the impact of these three on the society? So have you reviewed that? Have you done the impact analysis on this? Yes, we have all the centers. We have a center of excellence on creativity. What is our any product outcome at the national level, at the international level? Is it productized? Those questions will come. So this is today we place the foundation. Just in the maybe in the coming years, there is a special role of women for the innovation. So you people have to work on that. So I particularly paused that BMS Women's College has provided a platform for the discussion of these issues. I hope so. I have elaborated and discussed some of the issues today. So there is a tremendous potential among the women students. The researchers, few boys students are also there. I am not going to miss you. Okay. So this is a women's college. The boys, that's particularly the boys. The participation is very less. Even then, nearly 20% of the boys were presented, I think. Okay. So my request with the right mentoring is required for the IPR, particularly what I've seen in my college. The right mentor is required. Okay. The assess to technology, because we have to assess the technology. What you are doing, maybe I am a chemistry professor, I am doing something for a problem on organic chemistry or something. So maybe the proper guidance on what problem I have to patent it, that you have to think. Okay. The funding and IPR awareness. So this is another very important. I am requesting sir is conducting every month. We inaugurated the BSN the memorial lecture every month. At least in the year of 12 lectures, at least you keep 2 to 3 for the awareness of IPR, at least. Because generally you have to give a compliance to NAAC or a compliance to some regulatory bodies. So this is more important. So if you are able to organize, maybe IPR related to something, you can put any because today I have seen the 5 verticals you have put the commerce, arts, English or something into like the chemistry, physics, like that you have segregated. Like that also the IPR opportunities for some multidisciplinary aspects. Okay, through collaborations. Because you have to keep at least next year, we have nearly about 80 faculty members, just I'll take. At least we need 80 faculty members, simply I have taken example on the roll. At least next year, 2 patents to be granted 8 applications to be placed. Okay, then next year, the multiples, maybe 20%, 20% you have to increase. Because I don't know what policy the government of India is going to bring, maybe in the December bill. Okay, they are emphasizing more on research also. Your college is going to be a degree granting college. Okay, if you have everything, if you have potential, so simply your college is already an autonomous college, an autonomous degree granting college. The provisions are there. For that, we have to meet some of the initial requirements for the standards. For that, we have to work. If you have the standards, certainly your institution is going to be a degree granting institution. To be a number 1 college. Because very few women's college in Bangalore, correct? Only few institutions. Maybe among, because again a woman will come, the priority will come. The government of India has a special provisions. They are going to do the special approval. Okay, sir, kindly think on that properly, sir. I'm sorry, I'm giving some suggestions. There are also challenges relating to the cost, the complexity of obtaining and managing the intellectual property, the enforcement rights, the technology transfer, and the protection of innovation is increasingly the globalized digital environment. My sincere request to all to think on this. So from the morning, maybe we have discussed about from publish or perish to innovate, protect, and impact. Maybe on these words, the most of the deliberations were happened. I was not present, but I am recalling maybe what authors can speak about this on the particularly a conference called an IPR protection. What we can expect from them is only this much. First, people are speaking about a publisher perish, correct? About 10 times maybe the author says the brief about this. To innovate, many authors have talking about innovation and how to protect. Maybe our initial speaker also has highlighted on this, hopefully. So this, I have few things for you. What is important impact does our research the create? Because I'm a small researcher. So with little idea about research, I'm calling few questions to you. So can the research solve a real world problem? How many are working on solving a real world problems? This is one very important question today for the present generation. I'm putting this question. Can it become a technology? The next one, can it improve the quality of life? The next question will come to my mind is, can it generate an employment? The next one, can it contribute to the sustainable development? Can it contribute the intellectual property that benefits the researcher, the institution, and the society? So today maybe the madam has read the report of the day. The last question, correct? This is the related to, so after 130 papers, at least can we able to, 3 papers will able to benefit to the researcher, the percentage. The how much it is useful to the institution level, how many applications I can put tomorrow. The next, to this society, maybe I have to make a products, I have to make the technology development for that. So at least my request, you are all good researchers, particularly in the core areas, particularly in the basic sciences. Without your support, application-oriented engineering problems we can't solve. If you take the materials, people are working on smart materials, we are working on semiconductors, a lot of research is going on. So, okay, the temperature controlling is the highest challenge for that. We are all working on supercomputers, so AI technology that create temperature environment, how to reduce the temperature is a big task for us. The supercomputers, the creating the temperature, the minimum temperature minus subsystem degree temperature we have to work. So how to create that environment? Maybe you people, particularly those who are working on basic sciences, they have to create a temperature related issues. So there is an emerging area. If you are able to find a problem, a good problem, the government of India, there is a mission of the semiconductor technology is ready to fund for the futuristic problems. The role of the students and the young researchers, the few advices for you, the dear students. You are the most important stakeholders in the innovation ecosystem. Don't be afraid of failure. This yesterday also I was talking about this. Don't be afraid of the failure. As a researcher, generally you know that Newton, how they have done the job, correct? Every successful innovation has a history of experiments, the setbacks, and the learning. So these are the mantras of a researcher. The failure should happen, then only we learn something. If you get the result in the first stroke, I am unable to get, my knowledge won't announce. If I made a mistake, then I can learn more. Okay? Develop the habit observing the problems around you first. Read widely, collaborate across the discipline, learn about IPR, understand how patents, trademarks, copyrights, and design work. Maybe on this aspect they have briefed, I think. What is the meaning of trademark? What is copyright? What is a patent? Like that. So this is also very, very important. For that also there is a copyright. Something we have a copyright. You write a textbook. I have a copyright like that. Okay. Even students, the researchers should have the basic minimum idea about this. I encourage you to think not only the students but also the problem solvers, innovators, and future entrepreneurs. So because we have a Section 8 company at our college, okay, so we can contribute because our management has started a Section 8 company at BMS College of Engineering along with all our sister concerns. Anyone can come and do the work, entrepreneurship work. This is an open platform for you people. That opportunity is available. I don't know how many of you are aware of that. So the Section 8 company is existing at BMS Educational Trust. So you people can come and contribute. You can make your product to be marketable. So just I would like to tell you a few lines as we conclude the important conference. I believe there are 5 properties that observe our attention. The first, IPR awareness must begin early, always. Okay, for that request I made it. So you know the protocols of IPR. The second, educational institutions should strengthen the innovation and incubation ecosystem. Generally the degree college, particularly engineering colleges and medical colleges, yes, we are doing good. But particularly the degree colleges, there are n number of challenges. Yes, easily I can understand. But even then, you have to do systematically. So the next one, the third one, the industry academia collaborations. Because engineering colleges will get, or medical colleges, more industry collaboration, but here is a challenging. But your parents are working in industry, R&D institutions. You have to create an ecosystem through the parents. Then you can bring a good industry academia collaboration. This is possible. Okay, you at least you can think, the management of this institution can think about that. The fourth one, we must encourage the inclusive innovation. This is also very important. The ensuring that the women and young innovators and communities from diverse backgrounds have equal opportunities. That is also everywhere it is missing. That part also have to do. Finally, we must promote the innovation culture based not only on the economic returns but also social responsibility, sustainability, and the national development. This is the last statement. The word is very important for us. The national development. The BMS College of Women or all other institutions, and just because the BMS Women's College has invited me as a chief guest, my first concern with them, the remaining with others. Okay, so you have to say the national. What is your contribution to the nation development? At least 1 or 2 problems I need from you. Finally, I am coming to the last part. Sorry, I have taken more time of yours, and that too after 5 p.m. Okay. As we come to the end of this international conference, I hope that we do not consider today merely as the conclusion of the academic event. Let us consider the beginning of the new collaborations, new ideas, and the new initiatives. Let the discussions held during these sessions inspire new research projects. Let the ideas exchanged here lead the new patents, startups, technologies, and social innovations. And let the partnerships created here the continue long after this conference has concluded. Once again I congratulate the BMS College of Women, Bangalore, the organizers, the delegates, the speakers and participants for making this conference a meaningful platform for dialogue and knowledge exchange. So I am confident that with the combined strength of education, research, innovation, intellectual property and entrepreneurship, the India can build a knowledge-driven and innovation-led economy that competitive globally and beneficial to our society. Let us remember, an idea creates possibilities, innovation creates a solution, and IPR creates the confidence to take those solutions to the world. With these few words, I wish the institution, the organizers, the faculty, and most importantly, all the young minds, the present year, every success in their future endeavors. So thank you very much. Jai Hind. So thank you all. ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಸಂದರ್ಭಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಯಾಗಿ ಕರೆದ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೃತಜ್ಞನಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ವುಮೆನ್ಸ್. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಶೈನ್. ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಫ್ಯೂ ಪ್ರೈಸಸ್ ವಿತ್ ದಟ್. Okay, why I'm telling all the things? Just I am a member for the National Board of Accreditation. I visited nearly about 200 institutions across the country. Okay, so I have evaluated many national institutions, the institution of national importance. From the small college, we have evaluated the institution of national importance. So whatever we have seen there, we are trying to implement many of the things at our colleges. And also we have many best practices, what they are not practicing, that also we are disseminating them also. They are accepting everything and we have maintained a good relations over the last 10 years. Okay, we have many good friends at the institution, at the national institutions. So with this, once again I am thanks to Raghu Kumar sir and the team. They have done a good job for our students. So thank you very much. All the very best. Thank you. I took long time.
I request you all to please stay back for a few more minutes. Thank you, sir, for your valuable advice and encouragement. On behalf of BMS College for Women, I would also like to extend a heartfelt congratulations to Dr. L. Ravi Kumar on being appointed as the first Vice Chancellor of BMS University. Heartiest congratulations, sir. As we approach the conclusion of today's program, it is time to express our gratitude to all those who have contributed to the success of this conference. I would like to invite Dr. Divya Kumble, convener of the conference and head of the department of PG Department of Chemistry, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, faculty members, participants and dear students, a very good evening to all. It's my privilege and honor as a convener to propose the vote of thanks at the valedictory section of this international conference organized by BMS College for Women. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest Dr. L. Ravi Kumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor BMS University, for graciously accepting our invitation and sharing their valuable knowledge and insights with us. Thank you, sir. On behalf of organizing committee, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our respected chairperson and the members of the trust for their encouragement towards the successful conduct of this conference. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal, Dr. Raghu Kumar Iyer, for his constant encouragement and valuable guidance which have contributed immensely to the successful organization of this conference. Thank you, sir. We sincerely thank our respected Dean Academics for the support extended towards the successful organization of this event. Thank you, ma'am.
I sincerely thank our IQAC coordinator and controller of examiner for their valuable guidance and cooperation in making this conference a success. Thank you. We are grateful to our esteemed invited speakers for graciously accepting our invitation and sharing their valuable knowledge, experience and insights with us. I express my heartfelt gratitude to our advisory board members for their thoughtful guidance, which have been instrumental in making this conference a grand success. A special word of appreciation goes to the organizing committee and all the faculty members whose dedicated effort, meticulous planning and committed support contributed immensely to the successful execution of this conference. Every effort and contribution played a vital role in enhancing the smooth and effective conduct of this conference. Thank you all of my colleagues and organizing committee members. I would also like to thank all participants for their enthusiastic involvement, active interaction and valuable contributions. Your presence and participation have truly added vibrancy to this academic gathering. I sincerely thank our supporting staff, media team, photographer and everyone who contributed their time and effort towards the successful organization of this conference. Your support and contribution are truly appreciated. Finally, I express my gratitude to everyone who has directly or indirectly supported this conference. The success of any academic event is the result of collective effort, and today's program is a reflection of the spirit of teamwork and cooperation. With these words, I once again thank each and every one of you for being a part of this memorable international conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. As we have come to the end, I request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
बोलो भारत माता की बोलो BMS की
There's an announcement. A high tea has been arranged in the opponent auditorium where you had the lunch previously. Please move on to the place. And there is one.